But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off, boy.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. With the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. Scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented,
me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time. This is crazy.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook
his
our heads at the
mind.
same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Hey, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
No, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. We have to do a mic check. Mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Let me get into the room and take a peek. Press 1 if you can hear me. One moment. Hold on. I'm going to cancel the screen for a quick second, but I'm going to keep doing a mic check. Okay, let me check the room. Okay, I see some ones going up. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Mic check. Mic check. Awesome. Wonderful. Great. Welcome everyone to the Tehuti Podclass. Greetings. Glad to see everybody. I'm going to give everybody a couple people a shout out here, and then we're going to explain how the Tehuti Podclass works. Before we do that, though, we're going to go ahead and start off with the affirmation. My family, my group, my inner circle, we do an affirmation. My students, we do an affirmation before we begin things. Something as important as the Podclass, we start off with an affirmation. We're going to go ahead and do the affirmation, and we're going to get right into it. And I'm going to put it on the screen for those to follow. Here we go. Anki ma'at un ms, nin tet aset emayat, min hepapet emayat, her and hu kiwi, per I.Q.S. I live from ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Welcome, welcome, welcome to everybody in the Podclass, all the dedicated students who come on a regular, and even those who kind of came for the first time. We're giving a shout out to everybody because everybody makes the show important. Arcad Infinite, shout out to you. Jamie OX, these are some of the first people in the room. Been looking forward to the next build. Tonight's going to be incredible. Unk Im Ma'at says, let's go. I have no idea how to pronounce this name, but this person says, okay, let's do this. Okay, shout out to you. I don't want to mispronounce that long, extravagant name. Shout out to you, Jimmy B. Jimmy B is a regular. Jimmy B is a regular. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Vinny Black Lodge, shout out to you. And Vinny Black Lodge, here's how dedicated Vinny is. He couldn't make it to the last class. So in the middle of the week, he actually sent his donation after the class, sometime after the class, and sent a donation for missing the class. That is a dedicated student, dedicated member, dedicated person. Shout out to you. Okay, who else do we have here? Oh, where did Vinny go? Let me scroll back up. It just jumped. It did a big jump. Let me do this slowly. Let me get back up. Okay, we have Vinny, and then we have Galaxar with the music. Shout out. Is that that's the other? There's two galaxies or galaxies. Shout out to you, Galaxar. Shout out to you. I think that's Galaxar with the music, or maybe it's Danny. Hard to tell. They have a similar name. Shout out to you. Shout out to Robert Reyes. Robert Reyes, one of the most dedicated and loyal students of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to you. He's always representing and shouting out Kemet and the ancient Nile Valley culture. Shout out to you. Robert Reyes, I think, is actually saying the affirmation in the chat before we even got here. That is awesome. Anki Ma'at says, we're going to have a great podcast tonight. Yes, as always, you all make it great. Shout out to all of you. You all are wonderful. And the lovely moderator, Sneti Amun. We got all the moderators in here. Who else in here? The lovely moderator, Anki Ma'at. We got one of the most dedicated students of mine, AJ Super Mogul, who actually sent in a question that we're going to open up with your question, AJ Super Mogul. I saw the question, and I'm going to open up with your question. Let's get into it. Maurice Waller, peace to the class. Maurice Waller. Robert Williams, shout out to you, Robert Williams. Shout out to you. We have someone saying, finally, they're on time. Who is, let me blow this up a little bit so I can read this. It's Homecoming Harvest. That's a great name. Finally, I'm on time for a change. Hey, Podclass. Hopefully I can stay up tonight. Just rubbed down with some weed oil and drank some holy basil tea. All right. Okay. I believe this is she. I can't see the little icon. Looks like a she. Is ready for the class. Rub down with the weed oil and whatever you have to do to get ready. Whatever helps you, rub it down, put it on. Let's get it on. Thanks for coming. You are awesome. She says, thanks. I believe it's a she. I believe it's hard to tell on my screen. It's little. Tiny. We got Truth Seeker, another dedicated student who comes on a regular. We got one of my students who have been, who became a student of mine like 28 years ago. Wasret, Wajet, Atun, Ray. Awesome long name. And we have the man who is chasing the bag chaser. Shout out to you. I see you on Sonnetter in the chats. I'm in there invisibly. I'm watching the Sonnetter shows sometimes when they come on, and I do remember seeing you in the chat. Shout out to you, the Schlacken. The Schlacken sounds like a vampire movie. The Schlacken. All right, shout out to you, the Schlacken. We have another the Outier, the Outlier. Shout out to you. This is like a room of superheroes. This is awesome. Shout out to the Schlacken and the Outlier and the Bag Chaser. It's like the Avengers in here. Shout out to you. We have son of Yasha. You read this? Son of Yashar Ahia. Yeah. Son of, pardon me if I'm mispronouncing the name because it is small on my screen when the name is so long. Oh, okay, it's written, well, that's not his name. Son of Yashar Allah. I think that's the L or an I. Yashar Allah, I think. And Yashar Allah says, Yahweh Bar Hashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatah. Peace to Tehuti. Hey, that's what a long set of writing there. Peace to you. Shout out to you. Kenneth Will, shout out to you. Peace out, Kenneth Will. Peace in. Peace out. And we have Ascari 21, I believe the highest one-time donator of all times in the Tehuti Podclass. Met him for the first time, came to class and gave the highest donation as an introduction. Awesome. Shout out to you. That's Owen Haithi. And Yeet TT. Yeet TT. One day gotta come on and break that name down. Yeet TT. Best chat room. Yes, sir. There's too many people to shout out here. We have Kinetic Energy, also known as Kinetic Metergy, and Kinetic Energy. Shout out to you and Kinetic Metergy. Yes, send those donations. One of the highest, one of the most consistent donators. This brother here, met him either, I think he saw me on Sonnetter or the Killer Pre-Show. Not sure, one of those places. But he's gonna try to attempt to ask this question, and this is gonna be the fourth one. He's gonna send in something. He sent in a question. I gave it about a 25-minute thorough breakdown. He sent in it again, and I couldn't understand the writing. It was kind of chaotic with quotes. It was a whole paragraph. We couldn't understand what it was. So he came on live, and his screen thing didn't work. He said he wanted to play a quick clip. That was the third time. And tonight will be the fourth time that Kinetic Metergy will come on and present this question. I told him I'm going to give him a time on here, only about 5 minutes to throw a little quick thing, ask the question, because he is a consistent donator. Usually I wouldn't allow somebody to come on 4 attempts to do one question, but he is a loyal student and donator. So this will be his 4th attempt. He's going to come on later and ask this question or clarify the question. Shout out to you, Kinetic Energy. Being Frank, my aunt rules. That's right, Being Frank. That's right. Okay, we got everybody in here. We got Anthony Harris says peace. Peace to Anthony Harris. This is one of the best debaters. He says I'm his favorite debater. This is he used to be a champion on a SDLV league. Came to Sonnetter, beat everybody there. The two debates that I seen beat there. One of the first debaters I saw who used debate terms. I thought I was the only one, but he came on and he actually used debating terms. I respect that, and shout out to you, and shout out to respect that he gives to me, Anthony Harris, also Chris Harris, also MVP, and shout out to you, brother. Good vibes. Soul Tribe, I love that name. Peace. Shout out to you. Buck the President, who gives a muscle arm, he gives a heart, and he gives I think that's that's the vagina. That's the Vesica Pisces, which became the praise. Shout out to you. Wonderful, wonderful. Everybody's here. I called you. Okay. Give me another call maybe later, well, tomorrow, because I'll be on here till about 1 o'clock, 11:30, and then I'm going to bed. So let's talk tomorrow. Chris, my brother, will talk. I missed your call. Didn't even see it. Okay. We got a Pharaoh in here. We got Banjan Pharaoh. A lot of people in here. Everybody's in here. We got moderators, help them out. Peace. What's the Cash App? That's the best first question I've seen of the day. What is the Cash App? Great question. I love that question. What is the Cash App? Moderators, help him out. Here is one of the moderators, Ahati Ma'at. Wonderful. We got here's a long name. I like this name here. What is this here? Let's see. Anointed, Sadat, Amun, Ray. We got the long names in here. Shout out to that. That's a great name here. Shout out to you. And now, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I am a teacher for the last 3+ decades. I've been teaching on what? I've been teaching on breaking the matrix. That's what I'm all about, breaking the mental matrix, bringing people back to original thinking, how we thought before we were introduced to Europeanized destruction of religion. I'm here to break people out of the matrix. That is my job. I've been doing this for 30-something years, and I've been teaching out in the public, anywhere from 30 people to 500 people at a time. I used to do lectures and live question and answers where people across the world would come in and ask a question. Me up on stage, I have no idea what their questions were. They would just ask a question live. They come from Germany, Britain, Canada, wherever, raise their hand, ask a question, and I answer. So I was raised up like that. I separated myself from society, studied, and became who I was. I started debating in my mother's kitchen. So I'm not a debater from online. I started debating in my mother's kitchen because my very first debate was my mother's pastor when I was 18 years old, 18 turning 19 or something like that. My mother was sick and tired of me bringing in all this information that broke away from traditional Christianity. So she was going to throw me out of the house. I was going to be kicked out for blasphemy, sacrilege, and all this stuff. And she was going to put me out of the house. And so I waged a bet with my mother that I will debate your pastor. You will be the one judge. We're not going to have 3 judges. You're going to be the one judge. And she's already on my pastor's side. And if I win the debate, I get to live in the house with you, mother. If I lose the debate, I get put out on the streets. So my very first debate was me at 18 debating a 47-year-old pastor, Christian minister of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And that is where the pressure was applied. And that is one of the reasons why I'm a debater of such high caliber, because I started off debating for my own survival. It wasn't a friendly debate. It was a debate about if I lose, I am walking the streets, homeless. So that immediately kicked me into a state of mind that others weren't in. And I dedicated myself to another frequency that had me just separate from society. I had to just study in order to live under my mother's house. Anyways, at the end of that debate, my mother kicked him out of the house. So he was thrown out of the house. My mother was embarrassed that I shamed him, put him out the house. He went down to the courts and he got a notarized, what is it called when you beat somebody up in domestic violence and they have you stay away from the woman? What is that called? I forgot what it's a restraining order. Yes. So I have a legal restraining order notarized from the courthouse from All Seventh-day Adventist Church. At 19 years old, I got a restraining order from All Seventh-day Adventist Church because I embarrassed him so bad and my mom put him out. So as revenge, I got my first and only restraining order. It wasn't against a woman. It wasn't domestic violence. It was a restraining order legally against the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I was no longer allowed anywhere within a certain radius. It was placed on the door from the courthouse. I have a restraining order. And that's how I got into who I am today. I was teaching privately for people for years until the young brother, Ahati Ma'at, I met him as a Hebrew Israelite, or he was coming out of Hebrew Israelitism. He was on the streets. He met me at a beach. I just started breaking down information to him. Took him into the family as a dedicated student, taught him one-on-one. I removed myself from the public and only taught my family until years later, Ahati Ma'at went on. He saw the SDLV League. He saw Alliance Den, Sonetter. He saw all these people debating and talking. And he said, brother, you need to get online again so people can see who you are. He pushed it and pushed it. So it took about 5 months for me to say, yes, I'll go online. So I came online. And when I came online, I entered into an interview. I thought it was an interview. It was a debate league. They interviewed me. I tell this story a lot. The champion of the league challenged me to a champion debate. I don't know what's going on. I came there for an interview. And anyways, beat him and beat everybody they sent to me. And went on to Sonetter, beat Jabari, beat Zion Lex. According to the audience, I want to clarify, I never myself claim to be the winner of any debate. Me, Tehuti, I will never say, yes, I won the debate. Yes, I won. There's no need for a debater for themselves to say that they won. A debater should only quote what the official judgment was. So I only entered into debates that had official judgments, either on a poll or the crowd voting system, or 3 to 5 judges. And according to all the debates I've ever been in and all the judges and all the polls, according to them, I won. So I have to humbly agree that I've won every single debate because that's what the audience said. It left people sore losers, and I'm just here to teach. If I'm invited into a debate, I'll debate, fine. I am a teacher, and because I live this lifestyle, it's very easy for me to win debates because all I do is continue my lifestyle into the debate. I don't have to really do all this preparation. This is me every day. I already have the debate. Some debates I entered into, I had prepped from 2006. And I said, oh, they want to debate me on this topic that I already teach? Oh, let me just do my class for the debate. So I'm already prepared because I debate topics that are based on my lifestyle. But I'm really here as a teacher. Anyways, I went on to the Killer Priest Podcast where they set up a situation where they send in super chats. It ended up turning into a super chat for Tehuti because everybody's super chat when I was on was just asking me questions as if I was teaching a class. So AD was so impressed one day that he offered me money out of his wallet. He said, you're invaluable. I ended up going on every week. The Killer Priest dedicated a day for me. It was like Mondays. And anyways, kept teaching there. And then my students from the past saw me. They wanted to do paid classes. I said, yes, I do paid classes, but it became too many people doing paid classes. It took away my whole day from my family. There's no way I could do 2 hours. People were saying, okay, I'll give you $50. Do an hour with me, or here, do this. And it's like 8 people lined up. That's like 8 to 10 hours a day. I couldn't do it. So I came on Killer Priest and I said, I will do a Podclass. I created the word, according to me, because I never saw it before, Podclass, not podcast, but Podclass, where everybody can come in. All my students can come in, and they can ask me questions. And all I ask is the exact same reciprocity that you would give if you're going into college tuition. If you're going to any kind of seminar class, you give support. It's called reciprocity. So I had what's called I have a super chat, but YouTube removed my super chat. So they took monetization off my channel. I guess what I was teaching was controversial. They said it was unoriginal. Imagine that. So this is unoriginal. So they removed my super chat. So now what I do is I do a manual donation system where you come to the class. Those who've been here before, they know how it works. You come to the class and you send in a Cash App, or a PayPal. The information is down at the bottom. Cash App or PayPal allows you to write a couple sentences in. PayPal allows you to write a whole paragraph, and that is my super chat. So you send that in. You just go to your PayPal, go on your phone, you send it in just for support for what I do, or you send in a question. Live questions asked. I don't know what they're going to be, and I answer them as thoroughly as possible. It helps both of us. It helps me because this is what I do for a living, and you all want information and to help support. That's how we create a community. I give, I receive, you give, I receive, and everybody supports each other. And one problem we have with our so-called Black conscious community is that we support donuts, we support graham crackers, we support marijuana, we support Hennessy, Heineken, Nike, Air Force Ones, everybody, everything, sugar, everything except for knowledge. So therefore, people see us and they don't take us seriously when it comes to knowledge because they see we spend our money on all these other, I got the latest Gucci belt, but we don't spend our money on knowledge because we've been taught to take knowledge as opinionated, and just like everybody has an opinion. Well, I say that what I teach is not my opinion. I actually rarely give my opinion on anything. I'm teaching knowledge, information. So it is reciprocity, just like if you were to go to college or your dentist or your doctor, it is reciprocity. Let me get another mic check. If you can hear me, press 1. Mic check if you can hear moi. Mikey, check. Checky, check. Mic check. Okay. Wonderful. Can you all hear me? Okay, wonderful. On the Hati side, he says the video, my thing is lagging. On my side, it's moving as I'm moving. I don't see it, but everybody can hear me. So if anybody else sees lag, go ahead and say so. There's nothing I can do about it. Just got to continue on. Okay, everybody can see me. Everybody can hear me. I see Vinny Blacklodge says yes. Master K says yes. The Outlier says, sorry, not yes, 1. Outlier says 1. Everybody says 1. Nat Turner, shout out to you, Nat Turner. Being Frank, 1. Pekka Kepara, there's another dedicated student who's always supporting. Wonderful. So that is what we do at the Tehuti Podclass. You support, I teach, and I guarantee that when you ask me a question, the answer that I give, once again, not me saying it, but according to what I've been told, no one else gives the type of answers that I give as thoroughly and as intricately with as much sources as if I prepared for them a month ago for a debate. So when you send in the Cash App or the PayPal support, what happens is it shows up on the screen as that. So for example, here is Rodrigo Alvaro, who sent 2177 a little while ago on June 3rd. Peace Tehuti and to the Podclass. Could you get into ITI, please? And thank you. That's what your PayPal will look like on the screen. As far as the Cash App, it will pop up as this. The same question. Somebody asked for ITI. Same question. It will pop up as that. It will pop up as that's how it will look. I'll give you a shout out When you send consistent support and you send like over $30, I give hand claps because I do appreciate it. This is what I do for a living, and the more that I can relax and do this, the more thorough the answers are for everybody, because people who study understands what it takes to do the type of answers that I give. So here's another example. Arthur Richardson again. Who's this here? That's Arthur Richardson. I must have a lot of Arthur Richardsons. Heka Kepara, he just sent $25.72 for support. So you can send support or you can send questions. It is up to you. Of course, we have Monster Kamit. He's going to be the next question that I answer today. He sent in a question. I'm going to answer his question. It shows up on the board as such. And there's Robert E. Williams, who I think is in the room right now. There's no G's, no family. Actually, is Robert in the room? That's something we're going to cover today. Robert, remind me of that, because when you sent in that question, it was cut off, but you sent me the full question. So if you're in the room, we're going to remind me of that. We're going to go over that today, because you did actually clarify that in the week of the question. So you give support, and let me go ahead and show my AI moderator, who says support with Cash App, TT, and Moon. And speaking of moderators, the Tehuti Podclass does not just have moderators. We have something very, very special created by an individual named Stranger. And Stranger created a very interesting name for us. And that is the name that I give my moderators. So first off, here are the first moderators. I'm going to show the addition. So the moderators are Anki M. Ma'at, shout out to you. Nani Aset Mur, shout out to you. Sineti Amun, shout out to you. Those were the moderators at the time. And then there's a brother in the room who I could not make a moderator for a certain time. And then he got a new YouTube channel. I was able to make him a moderator. So I'm going to go ahead and show that on the screen right now. Let me actually try something here. 1 second, everybody. Let me do this. Let me see if I can put this in the Chrome app so we can show across the screen. Boom. Where is it here? Put it right in the Chrome app. We'll go. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I think I can show this on the screen, moving and animated now. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. Share, Chrome tab, and here it is. Boom! That should be shown on the screen. The moderator, shout out to the moderators, Anki M. Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Sineti Amun, and the latest addition to the moderators, the only male moderator, Ahati Ma'at, the brother that I have been talking about, who continuously wanted me to come on the public for all of you, and he's the reason why you all are seeing me in the public view, is the moderator Ahati Ma'at, the greatest of all my personal one-on-one students. Shout out to you. Okay, I'm gonna stop that. Okay, also for those who want to support, I have PDFs. PDF here is Melanin Dark Consciousness. Almost every one of my students has this copy. You simply send in an email or ask the moderators how to get this. You follow the order directions or send in the Cash App, and you literally get it while I'm teaching class. There's also this one. These are great beginner books. They're beginner books, but they're very pretty intricate. The Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can send in your support for that. And you can simply ask the moderators, or you can email me directly at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Say, how can I get a book? I send you the directions, or you can send in $25 Cash App, say for books, for PDFs, to any one of these here, and you will get the books before the class is over. You'll probably get them in the next few minutes after you send the money. Shout out to everybody. We are about to start an amazing class. Oh, and shout out to the young brother here. Just got in the gym listening. to this heat. All right, shout out to my Islamic or ex-Islamic, now ex-Islamic brother Abbas. Shout out to you, young brother. All right, we're about to get into this, everybody. So everybody here, make sure you send in your support to those Cash Apps and PayPal. And of course, on the hat is Neith, the unicorn from Zimbabwe. She is a unicorn spider from Zimbabwe. Why do I call her a unicorn? Because she literally is. There is a horn on her head. If you can see it right there, there is a horn on her head. Boom, there it is. You all see that? That is a unicorn. She has a singular horn. So when people say, do unicorns exist? Yes, they do. They exist right here on the Tehuti Podclass. On my hat, the unicorn spider, all the way from the southern part of what the European calls Africa, specifically Zimbabwe. They're supposed to be very aggressive, very fast, and they're supposed to be untouchable. Of course, mine was raised as a little baby. In the corner of my hand right here, I used to carry her around in that little line right there. I used to hide her and surprise people with it. That's how small she was. I've had her since she was born. Her name is Neith. She represents photonic entanglement, named after the ancient goddess Neith, who represents knitting of the energies of the universe that the scientists today call string theory. That is why when you look up knitting, it means to connect forces, not material. The material part came afterwards from the god Neith, which represent the connective forces that hold the universe together. This is Nakash. Nakash, who's definitely a star of the Podclass. Everybody by now knows Nakash. He is a star of the Podclass. He is named after the people of the southern parts of the same place where the spider comes from. It wasn't called Zimbabwe back then. The southern parts of what the people call Ethiopia and Sudan and all those southern areas was called Ta-Neter or Ta-Nehisi. And the people of that area were called Nahisi, Nachasi, which became the word Nakash in the Hebrew Bible. In the Hebrew Bible became the word Nakash, the word for the devil. And his color was red, and his color was black. In religion, not in reality. In religion, the color of the devil is black and red. In reality, Nakash was the word for enchanter, and it was a name for the people that were in the southern parts of the Nile, where it began in Uganda, that they call Lake Tana, or the Europeans call Lake Victoria today. Wonderful, everybody. Let's get started. We're going to get started in the Tehuti Podclass, and we're going to go right with the questions. This one's going to be deep. This one's going to be awesome and fabulous. You are all going to enjoy it. Okay, how do I look here? Some people say that I am glitching. I don't know how to stop that. It may be the internet connection. Some people say that I am glitching. How do I look on the screen? How do I look? I may have to change internet connection. I don't know. Let me blow the screen up bigger and see. I may have to change the internet connection. Press 1 if you can see me clear. Some moderators tell me that I am glitching. I do not know how to stop the glitching. Okay. Okay, Vinny says the video lags here and there. That is what happens, though. That's what happens. Let me see if I'm going to try something before I start. I'm going to try to switch the internet connection. We're going to have a great one tonight. I'm going to go ahead and put this on and see if I can switch. Bear with me, everybody. I'm going to try to switch internet connection. Let's see if don't know which one I'm on. Am I on? How am I now? Am I back? Press 1 if I am back. I'm trying to switch. Okay, I'm going to turn this one off. I got 2 hot spots. I'm going to try to turn this one off. Do you all see me right now? Can you all see me right now? I just switched, so it may have glitched off and glitched back on because I switched internet connections. Tell me how I'm moving now. Tell me how I look. This should be a little better. How do I look? How am I moving? How do I look? How am I moving? Am I even on the screen? Robert says 1 yes. Yes, perfect. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm on a different hotspot. You're good. Let's learn something. All right, let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to break it down and get into the very first question that was sent. Hold on a second here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Good. Everybody can see me. All right, Nakash. I'm going to put you right here for now. Boom. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to be a good one. Share this out, everybody. Share this out because this one's going to be a good one as always. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Here we go. First question is from AJ Magoo. Let me get to it here. AJ Magoo, let me get to you here. Where are you? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, it is. 1 second here. Just clicked off. Hold on. Oh, I see what happened. I'm still getting used to the Mac. The Mac is not as friendly. Okay, here we go. Boom. Okay, everybody, I'm going to do the last sound check and the last video check before I go and put it on screen share. Press a double 1 if you can hear me and see me moving smoothly now. Press a double 1. 2 1s if you can hear and see me moving. Nice, nice, nice. If you can hear and see me moving. We'll grab some agua. Okay, I'm going to answer this question here. And then I'm going to take a break, and I'm actually going to hand it over to Comedic Energy. I'm going to give him time to come on and maybe clarify some things. But actually, I got to get into this question right here. Here we go. Okay, we'll try that. Email me that information. I can look at it, and we'll talk about it. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into the first question and break it down so nicely. And the first question here is, of course, Arthur Richardson. This is the third time I pull up his name, 4th time today. Let's go ahead and see what this question is. Arthur Richardson is going to get blown away. He's always so excited about how questions are answered on the Tehuti Podclass. Here it is, everybody. Can everybody see this? Shout out to Arthur Richardson. This was a question that came in as I was closing up last week. It says, what's the difference between a netter and pharaoh? What an awesome question, first of all. That is a wonderful question. What a question, everybody. What is the difference between a netter and a pharaoh? Beautiful question, my brother. Are you in the room, Arthur? I'd like to make sure that you're here. Are you in the room, Arthur Richardson? Are you in the room? Let me go ahead and get to it here. Arthur Richardson, thank you for that. And of course, anybody who sends in large amounts always gets a hand clap, even if it was from the closing of the last class. Shout out to you, Arthur Richardson. Shout out to you. You are awesome. What is the difference between a netter and a pharaoh? What a question. Let's get into it. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. Nakash, stay right here. And let's get into this answer, everybody. Shout out to you, Arthur Richardson. You are awesome. Here we go. In the Tehuti Podclass, we do not do ad hominem. We do not do insults. No question is stupid. Questions are all answered. And there is no yelling, name calling, no cussing, no complaining, just facts. Here, let me share my screen and let me share my wisdom with all of my great students here on the Podclass. AJ Magul is here. Yes, yes, yes. Peace and blessings. Oh, and the moderator, Nani Aset Mur, is here. Shout out to the beautiful Nani Aset Mur. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. First, what we're going to do, everybody can see the screen. We're going to look at the word netter itself. The beautiful thing about Kemet, they have a saying that says a picture's worth 1,000 words, and that is absolutely correct because you see in pictures, you do not see in words. When they created the English language, they actually got rid of the pictorial as the English language and as the modern day languages exist. The pictorials are gone. Let's look at the pictorials of the netter. So first, we have the understanding. The word netter is as seen in its individual lettering. And here we are. The N, ripple of water. So that is the first letter of netter, because in Kemet, the actual glyphs that make up the word are extremely important in describing why the word even has those sounds, because they're made up of glyphs that in most cases pertain directly to what the word is about. So if you were to see the word noon, which is water in Kemet, you would see that it is N-U-N, but it's also spelled with ripples of water. So the pictographs also describe what the word is about. So we have noon, ripples of water, that's the end, and that is water, the source of life, primordial soup, as the evolutionists call it. Today, the primordial soup and water from which life evolved, that also surrounds us. As I broke down in last week's class, that water is below us in the ocean. We came out of the ocean. 85% of all plant life is actually under the water. Water is above us. Water is below us. Water is in the atmosphere. Water is above us in the Oort belt and the Kepler belt. So water is, in actuality, the source of life that surrounds us. That is the letter N in netter, which represents water, the source of life, which also has to break to create a baby. The next letter is the letter T, which is, in actuality, a loaf of bread, the source of energy and carbohydrates, fuel, and sustenance, which became the word Lord today and now is money. In other words, when you go to work and you say, I got to make that bread, I'm all about the bread. You know, the bread became associated with survival and sustenance because when we were hunter-gatherers, before we had civilizations, we needed large amounts of carbohydrates that actually stored themselves at the bottom of your stomach, which is why it's so hard to get rid of love handles, because your evolutionary body is designed to hold fat right along the stomach area, right above the abdominals, the transverse abdominals, the lower abdominals. So that is the bread, which got into the Lord's Prayer, give us our daily bread, which is why the place of God, or the place of Jesus, was called the house of bread, Bethlehem. The word Lord itself comes from loaf of bread. So bread became the sustenance, and it was the provider. It also became the feminine, because the woman was our first sustenance. The placenta was the first source of food for us. The umbilical cord, the first tube of food that sustained us and kept us alive. The bread which goes in the oven, which evolved with the term, I know you have something in the oven, which was a term for pregnancy, came from the loaf of bread. It goes into the oven. That loaf of bread is the sustainer that provides life, and one of the most, if not the most popular food in Kemet, so it became the letter T of neter. Carbohydrates, fuel, and energy and sustenance. Okay, and on to the letter R, which was a mouth, which represented sound vibrational energy, the frequency that composes all things. Sound vibrational energy, which composes all things, which is why they trace the source, or one of the oldest of the neters, to Ptah, the god of the tongue, the god of sound, which got evolved into the Bible as John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and it manifested his flesh, and it tabernacled amongst us. So it starts off by saying, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. So in the beginning was the Word, which is sound energy. What is the Word? The Word is Ra. That is what the letter R pronounces. And Ra was the God, which was sound, which was also light. Sound and light energy. Because as I teach my students, there is Ra, the symbolism, the mathematics, the understanding of science, sound energy and light energy, and also the sun. And then there is the physical Pharaoh Ra, the physical neter, which we're going to get into, because neter describes people on the planet, and it also describes energy and forces around us. Go check out the debate I had with Jabari, which was on that very topic. He said, are the neters physical beings? Yes, they were. Were the neters forces of energy? Yes, they were. Okay, because they can be both. Just like you have joy. Joy is a principle. You can't hold joy. You can't touch joy. But if I said, go touch joy, you touch joy by reaching your goals. You say, I've touched joy. I've reached my goals. I feel joy. But if your wife is named Joy, you can feel her too, right? That's a physical being. Somebody that comes from another culture, just seeing the word joy, they would say, hey, is joy physical or is joy a principle? Joy is both, because you can have joy by touching your wife, who is also named Joy. So joy is a physical being, and joy is also an intangible. Same with the word mat. It works the same in all cultures. Mat is something you step on when you enter your house, but there's also Matt Damon, who's an actor. Somebody coming from another culture would say, hey, is Matt a physical being, or is Matt a principle, or is Matt a door, or something you step on? It's all of those things, because each name of a god or each name of a person is also a word that describes something. Thus, the name of people are also the name of things that are around us, such as joy, such as star, such as a 5-star hotel. Does it actually have stars in it? No. But there's women named Star. There's stars in the sky, and there's a 5-star hotel. Understand that. So we have the neter, which are these 3 words right here. Now, neter took on a different concept also. And this concept that it took on was not as spiritual as this. It was not as symbolically nature combining as this. It was actually very violent. I'm going to check the room one more time, and then I'm going to get into the violent aspect of the neter. Let me look in the room. Press a 1-1 if you can hear me. Got to do these checks every once in a while. Press a 1-1 if you can hear me. 1-1, 1-1. 1-1 if you can hear me. 1-1, 1-1. 1-1. Press a 1 if you can hear me. There's the 1-1s. I see him. Okay. Stranger, this is the namer of the moderators. It all rhymes. Stranger, the namer of the moderators. There he is right there. All right. There's Stranger, the namer of the moderators. Wonderful. Okay, everybody can hear me? Let's continue, because you know we're going to get into the Tehuti Podclass. Never just answers a question just like that. We're going to get into the deeper. Let's get deep, everybody. Let's go. Now, here is another aspect of neter. Look at this, though, everybody. We're going to go into the antechamber. This is how we do on the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get into actual teachings. We're not just about debating and tearing people down. We actually teach information. Look at the antechamber. The antechamber is the chamber within the oldest spiritual writings on the planet, known as the pyramid text. And we're in utterance 273 to 276. I put a line pointing down to the actual spot in the pyramid text. This line right here. If you go right here, you can see Neb Netter. See the Ankh M Neb Netter. See it right there. The Ankh M. Well, you can't really. Those who can't, you can see it, but I'm the one reading it. I'm gonna transliterate it for you right here. Utterance 273, and here it is right here. We're going to now take a look at it closely. I blew it up for you, and I put a line. I put a square around the box, and now we have Netter here. See these three? It looks like flags. To us, they look like upside down golf clubs. They look like flags. What are these things here? What are they? Let's check it out. We also see something interesting. The word Netter is made of these three interesting symbols, but this is not any spiritual symbol of creation. It is a symbol of some type of physical fight that was very, very important. Let's take a closer look. Let's actually scroll down. Let's look at this. Now, we see that Netter took on another symbol, not just symbolizing our connection with nature, but now symbolizing a fighting tool. So this fight was passed down to the successors who would continue to use this weapon to fight off their enemies with the same symbol. So here we see Ramesses here. We're going to blow this up. We're going to see Ramesses here, Ramesses 6, smiting Libyan captain, granite statue depicting King Ramesses the 6th standing grasping the hair of a Libyan captive in his left hand, an axe in his right. New Kingdom, 20th Dynasties, Ramesses period, 1189, 1077, from the Temple of Amun Karnak, now in the Luxor Museum, CG 42152. That's how we do on the Tehuti Podclass. Facts over religious opinion. We're going to go by historical, archaeological facts. See this, what's in the man's hand right here? Go ahead and ask your spiritual Kemetic people, say, Netter are the divine principles as they teach us, right? Asking the people, are Netter the divine principles of holy spirituality? They say Netter is the divine principles. Heru is your willpower. They have all these explanations, which doesn't say this anywhere in the Meta Netter, but they make this up because they want Netter to be associated with a Christian concept of God. But hold on a second. Here's the Netter symbol, ladies and gentlemen. See this in his hand? But wait a minute. He has a man's head in his hand. What is this? He has a man's head cut off. What principle is this? Kemetic teachers, spiritual Kemetic teachers, please tell us, what is this principle? Because this is an actual fight that took place where a man's head, people's heads were actually cut off by the pharaohs in fights. And there's the axe right here. This is a physical axe. Why would a physical axe that cut off a man's head be symbolic of spiritual Netiru? Because this aspect of the Netiru deals with the fight that the Netiru were in, that represented the whole culture of why what we see as Kemet was built off of. We're going to get into that fight and what originated it, but here it is right here. Netter, the axe originated, was a physical, violent war weapon of beheading an enemy, not divine principles. See these three things? These are three axes. They stab into people. They cut people's heads off. You don't pray with them. You don't meditate with them. You don't harmonize with them. You don't put them on an altar. This is a weapon used to cut heads off. Why would a weapon that's used to cut heads off be the name for the ultimate gods? Could the original gods have been fighters? We shall see. Was there a fight that took place that became the most powerful story in Kemetic history? Yes, there was. They in turn would continue to be the Netter on earth as the Par Ii, and I will show you step by step. So as this principle, Netter, we understood represented the creation energy, which was, yes, water, yes, the sustenance, and yes, the sound vibration. But here is something that was passed on to the pharaohs that represented the Netter also. They're actually named after this killing axe, this weapon of fighting. Okay. So here we are. Speaking of Ramesses, let's go straight to Ramesses, to the War of Keta. The War of Keta, or the War of, they call Kadesh, or they call Kadesh, which is a word that meant holy. So this is the Battle of Kadesh. that took place between Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire under the Muwattali II at the end of the city of Kadesh on the Orontos River, just upstream of Lake Holmes near the modern Lebanon-Syria border. The battle is generally dated 1274 BC from the Egyptian chronology, as they say. It is the earliest pitched battle in recorded history, for which details, tactics, and formations are known. It is believed to have been the largest chariot battle ever fought, involving a battle between 5,000 and 6,000 chariots, a result of the discovery of multiple Kadesh inscriptions and the Kemet Hittite peace treaty. It is the best documented battle of all ancient history. Rames, as a Shemsu Hor, or a follower of the custom of Heru, Heru's fights defends the land and is in turn called a netter, as we see below in the writings of the war. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you this. Look at Ramesses. Look what he has in his hand. He has a weapon in his hand, about to smite a Hittite, just as you saw Ramesses VI with a head in his hand. This is a war, represents the fighting. One of Ramesses' names was the Defenders of Kem. That was his Nepti name, the Defender of Kem. So the pharaohs continued the war that the Netiru were in, defending customs and defending the land, because Kemet was attacked more than any other. Kemet went through more wars than everybody. Thutmose himself, just one pharaoh, went through 17 wars. One pharaoh went through 17 wars. So we're going into First Steps in Egyptian Hieroglyphics, page 233. And what do we see here? The war of Ramesses II against the Kheta. The Kheta, it says, making to fall them upon one another. Behold, the wretched Kheta rose up in turn in his hands. And it goes on. We're going to go down to right here. Let me blow this up. What do they call Ramesses here? Ramesses holding the weapon in supplication to the beautiful God. Beautiful God, the king. See that? Nefer Neter. There is Ramesses called a Neter. The Neter, beautiful, fights for his soldiers. See that right there, ladies and gentlemen? Ramesses is the beautiful Neter who fights for his soldiers. So when people tell you the Neter are not physical beings, yes, they are physical beings. This was a word used for common fighters and gods and supreme beings, representing the original fight that took place between Set and Heru. The successors of that fight were also called the Netters, and that's what the pharaohs were. So here we see that there's no separation between the pharaoh and the Netter, that the pharaoh himself and the pharaohs and the people themselves, they were called Netters as well. People want you to think that Netters are just the divine principles. That's what they were. What is a Netter? The divine principles. The Netters were pharaohs. Pharaohs were Netter. Netter were pharaohs. Ancient pharaohs of the Zep Tepi and the gods, the Netter who walked the earth, those were Netter. They were physical beings, powerful beings. And then there are Netter, which are powerful aspects of nature that surrounds you. They were both. Both were called Netter because Netter was a word that literally meant power. It was a word for power. So here we are. The Ramesses is being called a Netter. Why? Because he is continuing the position of Heru as a defender of the land. That is how the story actually starts. Heru defending the lands against Set, who wanted to take the land. Okay, so there is Ramesses right there in the war of Kheta, and he is called a Netter. So what is the difference between Netter and a pharaoh? Nothing. The pharaoh was the Netter were the pharaoh. Because we hear that word and it is unfamiliar to us, we think that it's a word that wasn't common in Kemet for powerful people, because of this religious concept that the Netter were just the gods. We try to put the word God in place of Netter. God doesn't replace the word Netter, because the word God has nothing to do with an act. So no, the Netter were not, the word gods and Netter do not supplement each other, because in the definition of the word God, first of all, it's only masculine. It's not feminine. Goddess is feminine. God is masculine. The word neter applies to feminine and masculine beings. Both are called neter. And sometimes when they want to specify only the feminine, they put netert. But both are the neter. And the word deals with a fighting axe. The word God comes from the word gu, which means to pour out water. A whole nother class. But the word God in English or in German word Gut, has nothing to do with a fighting axe. The word principle has nothing to do with a fighting axe. Some people tell you the neter was God, the neter was the principle. Those are people who came out of religion and they're trying to supplement the religious concept that they came out of with what the Kemetians themselves were trying to describe. And the Kemetians themselves were not trying to describe the Christian or Islamic concept of God. It's an axe, a fighting tool that cuts off people's heads, which the word God, G-O-D, and Allah have nothing to do with that word. It deals with an history of a fight that took place between the original ones that were walking the planet Earth that were called the Neters. Okay, let us continue, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's getting deep, so we're going to get into how this was passed down. Now this, I'm going to break down. I've never broken this down. I broke down some of this to Jabari in a debate, but I am going to break down for you all the actual handing over of the original neter to the pharaoh neter, which became the neters. That had to be passed down because there was a large break called the Younger Dryas period where there was major calamity, where there was major floods, and there was a break in Kemetic history. There was the original Kemetic history that was the time of the Zep Tepi. That was the time of the original beings that went past 10,500 years ago. Then there was a calamity on the planet Earth where certain people and beings had to go underneath the ground. And then you'll find that history kind of restarts itself around 5,000 BC or 4,000 BC, but there's this big blank where there's not much of anything. And then it begins, but when it begins, interestingly enough, it starts off immediately with the culture. That means that the way Kemet writing began, it already had nouns, pronouns, adjectives, verbs, it had paragraphs, it had understanding, poetry, mathematics. How could an evolutionary man just pop up 5,000 years ago with this? Where's the evolution of Medu-Neter? Ask anybody, please show us the original language of how the caveman was etching into stone, just putting little stick men, and how that automatically became a Medu-Neter, highly complicated, sophisticated language with mathematics, verbs, pronouns, adjectives, paragraphs, an already existing story. There's already a story of Ostar. How did that just pop up out of nowhere? Because that information already existed in the time of the Zep Tepi, and it was passed down from the original neter to the beings that had to go underground. And by the time they came up and civilization was able to be lived on the surface of the planet again, they already had all the information, which I showed last week of the original tomb of Osar, which was 95 feet underneath the ground, which Zahi Hawass said himself dates back 15,000 years ago. That goes back before the Younger Dryas period. They were underground, and by the time they could come up to the surface, they passed it down. I'm going to show you now, step by step. Let's go. This is what the people of Kemet themselves said about the rule of the neters and the succession, step by step, year by year, and how it was passed down from the neter to the Shemsu Hor. The New Age so-called teachers of consciousness will never show you this because it does not fit into their the neter was just principles agenda. Let's blow it up and look. This is the Taurian Papyrus King's List, which I asked Jabari this trap question, which Flanetter said. Anyways, it was a trap question which basically shut down the debate. I said, what is the purpose of a cartouche, a shen? The purpose of a shen, according to all Egyptologists, all Kemetic teachers, is the only thing that goes in the shen is the name of a physical king who ruled. Nothing else goes in there. So we go to the original Taurian Papyrus, to the King's List. What do we see? I had to skip down to 14 because the rest of it was called Lucane, which it was destroyed papyruses. So I skipped down to the most first legible, and here we are with the first ruler, Geb. If you ask a Kemetic person who is Geb, they'll tell you Geb was a netter. They'll tell you Geb was a principal. Here is Geb in the Taurian papyrus in Cartouche, reigning 13 years. There is Geb. Okay, now we go across, and now Shu and Tefnut, Geb and Nut. As you go down the genealogy of what all the Kemetic teachers teach, you'll find that underneath Geb you have Osiris. Well, just so happens that after Geb, here in the next line, we have Osiris, right here. Osiris, Nesubiti Osiris. And there is Osiris. This is before Namer. This is before Menes. This is before Aha. This is before 3,200 years ago. This is going back past 13,000 years before that, which the Cometians said that themselves. So we go to the next one, and the next line here is Set. Of course it's Set, because who was the only adult to take the throne after Osiris was killed? Who claimed the throne, which caused the whole fight to begin between Heru, and Heru was just a child too young to have the throne. After Set kills Osar, he goes and claims the throne, and that began the whole battle between the contendings of Heru and Set, which according to the Cometians themselves took 80 years. So of course you have, as the Cometians write themselves, Geb, and then Osiris. Osiris is killed, so the Cometians have Set. And there is Set right there in the cartouche. And if I blow it up here, you will see the determinative for the netter. There's the cartouche, and then it's damaged over here. There is Set. Okay? Now here is where the problem begins, ladies and gentlemen. Here is where the Europeans come in and start saying the Netiru were just mythology. They were mythological. You'll find out that a lot of New Agers will use this word mythological. You'll find out the Cometians never use this word. See, there is a difference between the translation of a word and the bringing in of a new concept. The word mythology is a new concept. It's a concept brought in by Europeans to overshadow everything that the ancient people teach. You will not find the ancient people ever using this term mythology. The reason why it came in is because Eusebius, who is the advisor of Constantine, the father of Christianity and the Bible, came across these papyruses, and they found that Set was ruling for 200 years. But wait a minute, hold on. Only our biblical prophets can live this long. Why? Because God gave them that ability. They're the direct descendants of God. You can't have Set living for 200 years. And how can you have a principal ruling for 200 years? The principal of Set ruled Egypt for 200 years? No. Set, the god, the man, the netter, ruled for 200 years. Okay, after Set, then what happens? The dual King Horus gods come. Okay, here is the netter symbol right here. Here is the Horus gods ruling for 300 years. The Heru netters start ruling for 300 years. Because there was a process that took place, ladies and gentlemen. There was a war that took place. It took about 80 years for Heru finally to take the throne. Now what we have here is we have, afterwards, Tehuti starts to rule. Here's Tehuti's name in the Shen. Ask your Kemetic teachers to show you anything inside of a Shen other than a physical king. Ask them to show you that. They'll start giving you mumbo jumbo and give you things from their own opinion, but they can't give you the Cometians themselves. Now, here's where a huge problem starts, because Tehuti now is ruling for 7,726 years. How could that be? How could Tehuti rule for so long? Okay, how is that possible? All right, we'll get into that in another class. Okay, one moment, everybody. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit here. Okay, let me get back into it. Now, how could Tehuti rule for that long? That will be answered in another class. It seems beyond our comprehension. Now we have here's the part where the brother Jabari was stuck. He actually changed his answer on this question, and I have him on video lying and changing the answer. He gave two different answers on this. I said, what did the Cometians live by? He said they lived by Ma'at. I said Ma'at was a principle. He said Ma'at is just a principle of truth. Ma'at is a principle of truth. I said, okay, when the Cometians log years, are years symbolic? Are they physical years? When they say a king ruled for a certain amount of years, it's symbolic? No, it's physical years because they had a physical calendar. So here we have Ma'at ruling for 700 years. Now, if Ma'at is a principle, after the 700-year period, did the principle of Ma'at end? Did the principle of Ma'at end? Was not the principle of Ma'at sustaining Kemet from its very beginning all the way to the Ptolemies? Is there anywhere in Kemetic history where Ma'at only ruled Kemet for 700 years? Remember, according to even modern-day Egyptologists, conservative Egyptologists, Kemet was a society that ruled for over 3,000 years. So are you telling me that only for 700 years of that 3,000 years, that's the only time when the principle of Ma'at ruled Kemet? After the 700 years, the principle was over? Well, according to this, Ma'at only ruled for 700 years. Then it was over. How could Ma'at, the principle, only rule for 700 years? Where we find Ma'at mentioned in the pyramid text going back 2300 BC, and we find Ma'at mentioned in Ramesses' writing in 1200 BC. We find Ma'at mentioned in Shabaka's writing in the Shabaka stone in 700 BC. We find Ma'at mentioned by the Ptolemies in 200 BC. It seems like Ma'at was ruling from the beginning of Kemet all the way to the end, but according to this, Mr. and Mrs. The Naturu were just principles. According to the Naturu were just principles, then explain to us, according to the Kemetic writing, how did the principle of Ma'at only rule for 700 years? How did that happen? No. The king Ma'at ruled 700 years. The ruler, the Nesubiti, and is Ma'at a female? Yes, that's why there's a female symbol right here, the cobra. So the female Ma'at ruled for 700 years. You see, this does not fit into the concepts of Kemetic modern day New Age teachings. So there's Tehuti. Now let's go to the Taurian Kings list to see who the people of Kemet themselves said was ruling after the physical Neter. Yet right before the rule was passed down to human kings. Now, here's what's interesting. After Ma'at, now we have a cataclysm that takes place. I already did the class on the cataclysm. We already know about the Younger Dryas and the cataclysm that took place. The Younger Dryas, physical beings that would be affected by the elements, would not be able to rule. That is why when Robert Schoch dated the Sphinx, the Herukuti Temra, back to 10,500 years ago, they said, well, the Sphinx couldn't be built at that time period. Why? Because there was huge cataclysms on the planet Earth during that time period, so it had to be built even before that. So physical beings had to go under the ground. We found the underground cities. I already did a class on that. We found the underground tunnels. We found the underground life support air systems. I already did a class on that. So they had to go underground to survive the cataclysm that took place. What type of entities would not be affected by physical matter? So physical beings had to go underground, but did the Kemetians only teach about physical beings? No. They taught about spiritual, as Europeans call it, spiritual beings, beings that are not affected by physical matter. Now, what is the oldest word for spirit? The oldest word for spirit on the planet. So we'll go to the Per Em Haru right here, 1250 BC. We move it across and we see the word spiritual, spirits. Per Em Haru of Ani. And the same Ku word goes back to the tomb of the Scorpion One, tomb of Abti, 3400 BC. And if we blow it up, we see, there it is, Ku, good spirits. So there's good spirits. There are beings that are called the Kus. They are spirit beings, are light beings. They're not the physical beings that we consider as men and women. There are Bas and Kas and Kus, good spirits. Now, how does this comport with the Kemetic teachings? How did the rulership continue with the Neter after the Younger Dryas period? Well, let's look and see who was ruling after the physical Neter. We go to column 3-2, and what do we see, ladies and gentlemen? Who is ruling? Spirits. Look what it says right here. This is what the Kemetians say themselves, ladies and gentlemen. This comports with the Younger Dryas understanding of the cataclysm This comports that there was a time period of hundreds and thousands, there was many years where physical beings could not be on the planet ruling, where the Kemetians had to depend on going underground and not being physical. They were physical underground, but there was entities that had to carry the consciousness, and they were not physical beings. So how did the Kemetic teachers describe this? Here it is, the ku. See that same word right there, the ku, right there? We scroll right back up. Over here, see that word right there, the ku? See that? The good spirits? So in Kemet, there are spirit beings called the good spirits. They're separated from the physical beings. And here, interestingly enough, when we go down to see who is ruling in that time period, spirits were ruling. Spirits are inside of the cartouche. Right? Here are spirits. And then it continues on. I had to cut it off because there was too many to put. But there was a whole set of columns where just spirits were ruling. Now, we go down here. Tiny red trace at the bottom of 3, only present Lepsius. We'll go down here. Restoration. Total 70 years, their lifetime 1,000 years, Nesut, the Nesut, Renpet, and this is spirit beings. See right here? Spirits were the Nesut, or the Nesubiti. So, after several years of the spirits ruling, look who comes next to follow the tradition. This falls perfectly in with what's happening on the planet, because the Kemetians always acknowledged, many stories to back this up, that the physical people on the planet Earth would get information from Bas and spirits. This was a common as they call it, African tradition. In every part of Africa, we have physical people, and they get their conscious information from either getting ridden by a spirit or by possessed by a spirit, or contacting the ancestors. The ancestors are not physical in the physical anymore. There are the spirit ancestors, but yet because they're spirit energy, light contains information, they're able to contain the information, pass it down to the physical people, and then the physical people can come back up onto the planet with the information, and thus, boom, civilization starts again out of nowhere with a full culture, a full mathematics, full language, full stories of Asar Ptah with no evolution. Nobody can show you the evolution of the Asar story. Nobody can show you the evolution of Medu Neter. It just pops up right after the Younger Dryas, right after the cataclysm, and life is able to be sustained on the planet. Boom, cultures pop up, and the language just pops out of nowhere, because the information was kept and given as the Kemetians taught by the spirit beings, the spirit entities that hold the information and give it onto the physical, as is in every single African culture. And if they're the ones giving the information, then those are the rulers, because the physical beings are under the planet. They're no longer able to come up and farm and do things that they would do on the surface. The spirit entities now have to guide them. So that's right in the Turin Papyrus. There's a situation where Neters are ruling, Geb, Tehuti, Ma'at, Ra. It goes on. And then after a period of time, all of a sudden spirits are ruling for over 1,000 years. And then after the spirits are ruling, who takes place? Who takes rule after the spirits are ruling? Oops, sorry, I clicked off. 1 second, everybody, hold on. After the spirits are ruling, we go into the Taurian Papyrus. Here's the Taurian Papyrus, the Royal Canon display of the Egyptian Museum in Turin. And the last line reads, Venerables Shemsu Hor, 13,420 years. Where is this in the teachings of the conscious community? Where is this? Where is this in the teachings of contemporary Egyptology? Why don't the teachings of the New Agers, the New Age conscious popular teachers, you all know who they are, why don't their teachings comport with what the Kemetians say themselves? The Kemetians say there's a period of rule where the Shemsu Hor, those were the physical pharaohs that came to rule after the spirits ruled, They ruled merging with the spirits because the spirits were teaching them, and then they ended up taking rule for 13,420 years. Where is this rulership in the teachings of the conscious community? Before the Shemsu Hor, there's a rulership of 23,200 years. That's 36,620 years of rulership, according to the Kemetic physical calendar of rulership before Narmer. Why don't the people teach about this? They can't teach about this because it doesn't comport with their Netter, our principal teachings. That's why they never teach this. You'll notice that in the conscious community, they never teach about creation. They don't teach how we got here. And they never teach about the king's list and this huge rulership. They avoid it or give excuses or whatever they want to do. So now, who rules afterwards? Here it is in the Taurian Papyrus. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. There's some heavy jewels here we're going to break down. Here's the last line. Here, they're called the Shemsu Hor. Why? Because Shem, where you get the word Shemitic, like Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Where do you get that from? You get that from the Shemsu Hor. So here is the word Shem. You see it's a papyrus, which represents knowledge. That's the information given to those who are walking. See the walking symbol right there? That means the followers. Following physically? No, not following physically. Successors. That means they follow in like an heir follows in the line of his father. That is the Shem. Those are the original Shemites, according to real ancient African or Kemetic history. See, it means to go, to travel. Advancing, a journey. Now you see the papyrus with the legs actually attached to it. Thank you for this question, AJ Mogul. You see we're breaking it down thoroughly. That is on page 742 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. We're going to continue on. We see the Shem follow in the train of to be the member of the Shems. You see that? Service following, to follow one's sire. Performing a ceremony, to follow regularly, systematically. So we see that Shem following means to follow a tradition. You see? Birth, Shems, descendant of an old family. Now we see the word Shem deals directly with descendants. What is the Kemetic culture based on? Descendancy. What was the original fight? The Netter fight, the axe. What was the original fight about? Descendancy. As Heru being the heir of Osiris, passing the lineage down, then there's a break because there's a cataclysm, and then when they come back up, the physical beings continue the custom of the story of Heru and Asar, and they become the Shem Suhor, the followers of the tradition, and by following the tradition, each pharaoh becomes a netter, his son becomes the netter, and his son becomes Heru. He becomes Asar and Heru when he dies, because he's following in the tradition. So that's the pharaohs are the netter, and the netter are the pharaohs, and they're called the Shemsu Hor because they're the followers of God. You see that they're the followers of the netter. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? The followers, the Shemsu Hor. Now, we see followers of Ra, followers of the Nile God, and now we see here followers, i.e., successors of Heru, successors, the kings of the pre-dynastic period. You see that? What are the pre-dynastic periods? So they consider the dynastic period, remember these are terms invented by Europeans, they consider the dynastic period the period of Narmer, but that means there's a pre-dynastic period that exists before Narmer. Why? Because those are the Shemsu Hor, the first Shemsu Hor that exists in that time period where they were ruling for over 12,000 years, way before Narmer, but they carried the tradition of the story of Heru and Asar, who were netters at the time of the Zep Tepi. So what did the pharaoh do? The pharaohs become netter in the time after the Zep Tepi. All right, this is what the Kemetians are teaching. I don't know what the New Age people are teaching today, but this is what the Kemetians are teaching themselves. So thus, because they're the followers of Heru, each of them get what's called a Shemsu Hor name or a Heru name. So each of the pharaohs have 5 names, which we're actually going to get into when we get into the next question. I see it already with Clyde Winters. E-Manifesto sent a question, but here it is. The Heru name. See that? The Heru name is the oldest known and used crest in ancient Egyptian rulers. Why? Why? Because that is when they began the culture after the cataclysm. So after the cataclysm, they immediately came and surfaced on the surface of the planet, taught by the Ku. When they came to the surface of the planet, their first agenda was to continue to be the followers of Heru. They wanted the succession, so thus the Heru name is the oldest of the 5 names. It's the oldest. Why? Because that was the priority, to be a successor. The first successor was Heru. Why? Because Asar was the first Neter to die. So thus they got the Heru name. Here's the Heru name. The Sarek, the oldest of them all. See that? That's their Heru name. Now, the ones that follow the tradition after the Younger Dryas period were called the followers of Heru, the Shemsu Hor, who carried the Heru name. Thus, they were Heru on earth. They were also Neter. So they were Neter. They were Neter. Neters were physical gods that were on the planet. Now, here we go to the definition, page 743 of Shemsu, and we look at the bottom, which I haven't read here. It is successor. You cannot be a successor of a principle, ladies and gentlemen. When they tell you that Heru is a principle, Asar is a principle, you cannot be the successor of a principle. There's no such thing as being the successor of a principle. Why? Because what does the word successor mean? Does it have anything to do with the principle? Absolutely not. Here is the definition of successor. Here's successor right here. One who comes after. One who comes after. See that right there? Successor, an heir. You see that word right there? An heir. Follower, like the Shemsu Hor. Successors. What are you following in? You come after your father. A successor is an heir. That's what the Shemsu Hor consider themselves, following the succession of the heir of Heru. Here is the word heir. It's from heredity. See it right there, ladies and gentlemen? Don't let anybody fool you. You cannot be the heredity of a principle. One who inherits or right of inheritance or property of another. Is that not what the original fight of Heru and Set was about? The inheritance of who got the throne, and they were fighting over who would be the heir. Would the heir be the son or the oldest uncle? See that? Heredity. You cannot be the heredity of a principle, ladies and gentlemen. It is the heir of one still alive. So your father is alive, and then you become the heir when he dies, like Asar did. You continue to be the heir. Father passed on the son, son passed on the father. That's how it was supposed to be. Unfortunately, Asar was killed. So that's what the whole fight and confusion was about, because prior to that, a Neter had never been killed before. Okay, you could pass the heredity on to your son without being killed, but Asar was killed, so that started the whole fight. So thus, the Shemsu Hor became the physical pharaohs on the planet Earth, and they became the Neter on the planet Earth. Okay, so that is what the Kemetians taught themselves. Let me go ahead and stop the screen share. So to answer the question, now that you have all that information, then hold on. It just froze for some reason. One moment. If you can see me, press 1. If you can hear me, press 1. Okay, so Neter in the NTR, and what the word means, the power in those symbols, represented what those symbols represented. You could find power in anything, in any aspect of what surrounds you. But the Neters that were walking the planet, each of them were manifestations of that power, physical beings that walked the planet Earth, physical beings that passed on the heredity, where the pharaohs themselves call themselves Neter. Ptah-hotep was called the father of the Neter. Ptah-hotep, the writer of the first book of Ma'at, He was called the father of the Neter. Senuseret was called the Neter. Ra was called the Neter. So you are the Neter, ladies and gentlemen. You are the gods. We are the Neter here in physical form. But of course, you have to live up to the principles of the laws of Ma'at. But we are the Neters here. There's no God coming back for you. There's no Jesus resurrecting. You are the gods physically here representing the Neter. And then there are Neter energy forces that are outside and within you that will exist after you pass. And all of that is the Neter. So thank you, my brother, for that great question. I had to walk you through step by step to show you what the Kemetians said themselves, not from what a New Age person is coming from the top of their head. I give you what the Kemetians say themselves, matched with the chronology of history. So shout out to you, AJ Magul, for that awesome question. I hope you appreciated the answer. And that is what the Neter are. In other words, there's no differentiation between a Neter and the Pharaoh. Because the question was asked, what is the difference between a Neter and a Pharaoh? Absolutely nothing. The Pharaoh considered himself the Neter. The Pharaoh in his afterlife would actually feed upon the Neter. They would become one, as in the Christian concept, I and the Father are one. When you consider yourself one with something, there is no separation. You are the Neter. The Neter is you. Now it's time for you to live up to that. Can you do it? That is the question. Hope I inspired you. Hope I answered you. Ask those questions to any other teacher. See what you get. And I hope you appreciate the time and effort that is put in to answer it like that. Unki and Ma'at, I'm glad you all you all appreciated that. We got powerful from Vinny. Oh, I got a lot of responses. Just looking in the room right now, I'm seeing powerful from Robert Ray's. Hiccups putting up, I don't know if those are dynamite sticks. AJ Mogul, who's the one that asked the question. Ahati, thank you for sharing that. These Egyptian hippies has nothing to do on my brother. What is it? Let me blow this up so I can see this whenever it's a big thing. These Egyptian hippies have nothing on my brother here. Shout out to you. Oh, this is Silos Congos. Shout out to you, Silos Congos. I believe was a moderator on there, on the Sonnetter. Silos Congos. Shout out to you. Let them know when you get on Sonnetter. Let them know what you just typed right there. A lot of people that go on the Sonnetter secretly behind the on the phone and behind things, they tell me that I'm their favorite teacher. I'm their this and that, and but then on Sonnetter, I'm like a secret or something. It's very, very interesting. But shout out to everybody, and let them know about the Tehuti Podclass. Let them know about what is going on here, and shout out to everybody who gives reverence and praise to the truth and Ma'at. Robert William puts fire, and then we have somebody saying Natiru is a curse word in my country. Wow, crazy. Cash Peden puts up fire. Arc Infinite says thank you. Shout out to Sullen Rock, shout out to you. And the person who asked the question, Saba, you are the light. I appreciate the life you bring to us. Thank you. See that right there? Let's look at that right there. Somebody seeing that would say, hey, is Tehuti actually a light bulb? Is he the sun? No. See, I am the light. I'm a physical being. I'm the light. And there's also the light of the sun. There's also the light that's shining the Podclass. There's many different lights. So it's allegory, it's symbolism, and also Tehuti is a physical man who is also the light. People think that it just stops in one place, that the Neter are only principles. No, they're principles and they're physical beings, because you can be all of that. We are all of that. You understand? All right, shout out to you. Let's do it. There's no limitations to any of us, ladies and gentlemen. You can be all of that. Okay. Somebody asked if Jody's accidentally blocked. She shouldn't be. Somebody check that out and see if Jody is accidentally blocked. She shouldn't be. Check in the room. Why would Jody be blocked? Jody's not blocked at all. She's in every Podclass. I don't know what. Some people are getting accidentally blocked in our Podclass. They're getting accidentally hidden, muted. I'm gonna go check on something really quick. Yeah, Jody's definitely not blocked. Let me check on something really quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on a second. Let me see something here. I don't know why this happens. I don't know who's doing this or what's going on. I'm gonna moderators, go into your system and see if Jody is blocked or something. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to do that on my break. Jody is definitely not blocked, and I'm not sure. YouTube Studio. Let me check this real quick. I don't have. I don't even know how to do that. Somebody go in and check, but that's going to take up time in the Podclass. I don't know how to check to see who's on the block list because I've never blocked anybody, so I don't even know how to check to see who would be on. It's supposed to be in community. I don't see community here. Very strange. Okay, don't know what's going on there. Let me get back to the room. I don't know. Oh, she must be on hidden. That's what I'm to Ahati. She's on hidden somewhere. Ahati was on hidden a couple weeks ago. Jody, don't worry. On my break, I'm gonna check that out, and we're gonna see if you are on hidden somewhere. All right, everybody. Let me. Speaking of which, glad you guys appreciated that. I gotta take a little break now. In this break, is Comedic Menergy or Ahati in the room? During the break, I'm going to go take care of some food I have to eat, and also I'm going to check and see about Jody being muted, and I don't know why that would be. So thank you, Shannon, for checking, for letting us know, and we'll check that in. Okay. So Comedic Menergy, I'm going to let you come to the front because and then I'm going to get into Kamit. You have a great question. Kamit has one I see here, and AJ, Kamit, and there's another one here that I see. There's a bunch of them. It's going to be great tonight. I see some great ones here. 1 second, everybody. Why did it get bumped off? Oh, I see. Hold on. 1 second. I'm the one-man engineer. I'm going to see if I can get back into this real quickly here. June 24th, right? June 24th. Kamit. Oh, E-Manifesto. Is E-Manifesto in the room? He has one too. A lot of people have. Okay, I have some great questions in here. Okay. Okay, good. Ahati Ma'at and my good brother, Comedic Menergy. I'm gonna put you guys in the room for about 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna take a break. In that break, I'm gonna see if I can find out what happened to Jody. Well, shout out to Ruben Phillips. You are incarnated. You are amazing. Thank you so much. One of my goddesses just told me that today. I'm incarnated. Thank you. Okay, let me go ahead and put the room here. This is gonna be a great one today, everybody. You guys, and there it is. There's the link right there. Let me go ahead and put before I take a break. I'm gonna go ahead and put for those who want to support, want to send in donations. All of you will be dealt with. All of you will be answered. I'm going to show how to do it. You send it to Cash App TT Amun, as my AI moderator says right there. And at the bottom there, you see that. You see that there? That's how you support Cash App TT Amun. You can do it through the PayPal. You send in questions. There's the PayPal. There's the Cash App right there. You send in questions. When you send in questions, the questions get shown on the screen, just like that. Boom, from Nito Campbell. I go ahead and answer the questions, and we go through it like that. So send your support, because your support is what keeps me teaching. I'm the only one that has a system set up where I don't have a theme to teach on. You as students send me the topics. You send me the questions. I answer, and that becomes the 3-hour class. So you guys actually control the class. So Comedic Metaji and Ahati pop up in the room. I'm gonna let Comedic Metaji go ahead and show something for the 4th attempt for this topic. Everybody, please support. There's 87 to 94 people in the room, and there should be a lot of support if the 87 people are appreciative of what it is that I'm doing here. Support the podcast. Ahati and Comedic Metaji, go ahead and jump in. Go ahead and jump in. Shout out to the moderators. Go ahead and jump in. And Sanetia Moon put in, there's the link to the Jabari debate. Okay, and I've never seen this name before, but shout out to Courtesy Zero Dance. Courtesy Zero Dance, shout out to you. All right. What I need, Comedic Energy, I have to put you in while I take a break, because I'll be listening in the background. There's a very busy class. I'll be listening. I'm gonna I want you to present what you have to present a little bit. I'm gonna come in right when you ask the question, because I am here for just questions. So I'm not gonna be here for a whole breakdown, and I just want one. It's a question, and then I'm going to address the question. So come on, I'm giving you time to come on the room. There's the link right there. Come on the room. The link should be posted again. I don't know why I didn't post before, but there is the link. Oh, it glitched. It should be in the room now. Okay, go ahead and jump in the room. Present what you have to present. I'll be listening in the background, and then I will come on with the specific question. I'm here to answer specific questions. So go ahead and just ask the question after you present, and I will go ahead and address the question. So there's the link right there. Go ahead and jump on Comedic Metaji and Ahati Ma'at. There's Ahati Ma'at. You gotta mute it. There's Comedic Metaji. There's Ahati Ma'at. You gotta mute it. You guys mute. Press mute on yourselves for a moment. I'm gonna mute you so it doesn't echo. You gotta mute it. Coming in too. You guys mute. Press mute on yourselves. Somebody's not muted. Okay, you guys are muted. So peace and blessings to the Tehuti Podclass. Everybody is here. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Love your background. Shout out to Comedic Metaji. I'm going to actually remove this from the bottom of the screen so that when you show your thing, this won't cover it. And I'm going to go take care of what I got to take care of. I will be listening. I can hear you. Not that one. Hold on. There it is. I'll be listening, so I'll be able to hear you. But go ahead and present. Ask the question. I'll come in and address it. And then we have there's about 10 other questions already in that I got to go over. So Comedic Metaji, go ahead. And I'm going to check my Gmails to see who has been sending in. Let me refresh this. I only see a few. Reload site. I got to reload this. Hold on. Only see a few supports in. Maybe I got to reload it. Okay, I see a couple in here. Oh my goodness! Wait a minute. Oh no, that's spending. Oh no. Okay, I see a few in here. Okay. Good. All right, I'm gonna step away right now, and go ahead, Ahati and Comedic Metaji. 1 second. Hold on. I'm being bombarded. Okay. All right. A lot of people trying to send me a message at the same time. All right. Here we go. So go ahead, everybody. Present your thing. And then, Ahati, I have, let me see something here. Is it the same video that you sent me, or did you correct something? Because I have that video to be able to play in the best quality, but if you want to do a screen share and play, that's fine too. Hati, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, is it the one that says two minds?
It's the very first one you gave me, but then you said you had to correct something. The very first one you gave me, 2 minds, yes.
Yeah, that's it. It should be you and Akhenaten.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. So go ahead and I'm gonna let Comedic Energy do his thing, and I'm gonna come back, cue it up, and I may play it after or when I come back. It depends on time, but I'm definitely gonna play it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Comedic Energy, the floor is yours. Everybody, this is Comedic Energy. He had a question that he asked, and he's going to go ahead and present something, re-ask it again. I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute while listening to it. Welcome, Comedic Energy. Go ahead and do it. I got to take a break. I shall be back. Hetzepu, we got more to answer. Okay.
Indeed. Peace, Master Teacher. Thanks for having me. Ahati, peace. Peace to the chat. I'm going to get right into it. I know Tehuti will be right back. So in 1992, in Chicago, they had the Great Sphinx debate. And at that debate, Mark Leonard questioned Skosh, who I mentioned last week, about the dating of the Sphinx. The question involved if the Sphinx was built by an earlier culture, where is the evidence of that civilization? Where's the pottery shards? People during that age were hunters and gatherers. They didn't build cities. So after about a decade, Skosh didn't have pottery shards. He left Africa. Gobekli Tepe, right? He wound up at Gobekli Tepe. So Skosh's answer to the civilization that evolved during the hunter and gathering days of 12,000 BC circa, when he was dating the Sphinx at the 92 debate, y'all, right, was credited to the Gobekli Tepe people. He left Africa. So this is where Skosh left me. This is where he left me. This was in the first 100 pages. He didn't go to Ethiopia. He didn't go to the Sudan. He didn't go south of Egypt. He left Africa and went to Turkey. So my question was answered by Master Teacher breaking down Mesopotamia. So I would like to answer the same question, but use the word Gobekli Tepe. Now, when I mentioned 3 people last week, I want to make a correction. I mentioned the wrong radio show. It's Oncobia. It's not Onphobia. Pardon that. No PH. It's Oncobia. Now, I wanted to screen share these 3 accounts from 3 historian scholars and what their take is on what we call Gobekli Tepe, which Skosh and European scholarship. It was asked last week to me. Who are the people? Who are the people who are attempting to date this land of Sumer, Mesopotamia, Acadia, Syria, Assyria, Babylonia, Gobekli Tepe? Who are these people? So I presented a few names with chat and who are interested in said subject, which I just spent 3 months on a research project on with 4 people. The misdating of this Gobekli Tepe, led by Seth Lloyd, Schmidt, Henry Frankfurt, Sir Leonard Woolley. By the way, Sir Leonard Woolley was quoted in Diop's book as the inventor. He was attempting in Gobekli Tepe to date these tombs that were found and excavated as royal. that was proven wrong. They were not royal tombs. They were. It was an attempt by European scholars, led by James Breasted and the Institute of Chicago, led by these men in their attempt to predate Egypt, Sumer, Mesopotamia, Acadia. So my question, when I mentioned Mesopotamia, master teacher broke down how Mesopotamia isn't the correct word. It's not the correct term being used for these people. So I started off my question today, right now, in this presentation, with Skosh and his dating the civilization of the Sphinx to Göbekli Tepe, aka Mesopotamia. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. Yeah, breasted the demon. I agree, Amun. Peace to you. I agree. Kinetic has been studying. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. I have. This was a 3-month project. Remember, Hati, we spoke about this project 3 months ago. I remember I invited you to be on this small committee of people we had, and it's been a lot of fun, man. Let me share my screen. Video file. Shares. All right, now let me see if I can pull this up. This is my first time. Share system audio. It's my first entire screen. Yeah, that'll work. All right. Can
What are you doing?
Screen's frozen.
The guy that you watch all the time. 90% smaller. The computer except for the phone.
Hati, can you hear me?
Yeah, but your screen is frozen.
Great. Who am I speaking to?
Are you speaking to Devon?
Devon.
Ask him about Sumeria. I would like to know if Sumeria was started at the same time as Egypt.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you fine, but the screen's frozen.
Yeah, not too sure. I don't know.
Snetty Moon says we got song promotions.
Egypt. Or did it start after? Because in the history books it says the first civilization. So let's go back to the early.
Your screen's frozen, brother.
Sorry. Are you going to hold on, caller? Or are you going to go? Is that your final question?
The first dynasty, because the Sutins were meaning king named Sumerkhet. On this.
Maybe we can just hear the audio. That'd probably be fine.
What was that?
Yeah, we can't see. Are we supposed to see something on your screen, or?
I'm not sure. It might have just been audio. Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can hear the audio.
Okay, good. That's okay. There's no video. It's just an audio. This is the audio of the caller and Quasi responding to his question about Sumer, aka Göbekli Tepe, Mesopotamia, Acadia, Sigagi. This is all the same land. Turkey.
The Sagiga are people. It means black-headed people. The land is Kiingi.
Right. These people were the people of Göbekli Tepe, that area in Turkey, correct?
Well, Turkey wasn't. I'll just let you do your thing, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let me go back. Let me see if I can go back, y'all. As long as y'all can hear it.
Yeah, it sounds good if you play the audio.
Good. All right. Where we at? Right here. Oh no. Man, where was I? Oh, right here. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I agree with you. Commit 101. That's a good point, but not everybody, I guess, has a service provider, right? So what was the guy's?
In the army there, it's named after an African who took an army there. So that means the civilization of the Nile Valley was already intact long before Sumer, especially when we look at the blackheads, okay, known as the Tupians, who were black in the Tigris. Now, they referred to it came from the Nile Valley. When you look at the oldest colossal on the planet Earth called Ra, called Active, and you look at the Tupian figure is in a Tupian form with the black head. Where the Tupians get this figure and with the black head is from the oldest colossal on the planet Earth. We're talking about 240 feet long and almost 70 feet high. Who can't even give an accurate date to this. Some of it are even dating back to 7,000 years, even though European Egyptologists have tried to say it's Khafra dynasty. Well, I just built on to it, and it was already there. So we see the Nile Valley.
Okay, my brother, I am back.
Thousands of years. Let's go to testing. Even in Chicago, we keep still. We did excavations there prior to flooding out that area in an area called Crystal, validating the Pacetti. Okay, is an ancient civilization through their documentation.
It does, Darius.
Groups to the museum in Nubia. There they have the plates of the excavation, but Nat Geographic and the History Channel not going to.
We had the summer kit. We got that name last week. I said the video that I had. He didn't state Egyptian pharaoh. He just stated the Egyptian meal. Now, my second.
Was that early period of African settlement and kings in that area of 55,000 to 55,000 years ago. That's why I say somebody knows something about African people that they don't want African.
Okay. You back already?
Yes, I'm back.
I know you got a show.
Yeah, about 7 minutes. What was the question?
So the Gobekli Tepe. I was showing the interview of what Quasi credits these people of Gobekli Tepe, Sumerians, Mesopotamians, Akkadians, and then my next attempt, which is slow, struggling a little bit. Pardon me, y'all. My next attempt was Dr. Williams and what he said about the land, and then I wanted to show page 100 in Diop's work and what Diop says about the land of Gobekli Tepe. Can I at least show that before I exit?
One second, I didn't get the question. What was the question you had, my brother? You have a question?
Well, remember my original question was can you clear the smoke? So I wanted to present all these different aspects and then have you clear that smoke. So Diop, Professor Williams, and Quasi, showing you them three, and then having you clear the smoke.
Oh, you want me to respond to 3 people on here today?
Clear the smoke, yes. Who are these people? What is this land?
Yeah, that's why I need a. So let me break it down. So that would take time to listen to 3 people and then me responding to 3 people. If you want to play something else for another a minute or so, that's fine. I just need to know what is the question. Just
okay, here.
What's one question that you have that I can what's the question you want me to respond to? Just the question.
The dating of this of Gobekli Tepe and its attempts to predate Egypt. I'm going to share my screen. Video share screen. As soon as it's quick. Can you see my screen?
Are you doing a screen share right now?
Yes. Can you see anything?
I don't see any. I see you and Ahati, and I see another screen in my back room. But I don't see it on this. I don't see it on the main screen that we're on.
All right. I'm just gonna read a few things real quick, man. I can't screen share, so I'm just gonna read them, y'all. So there's a book there's a great book that I reference, that Diop references also. The book is From Tribe to Empire. From Tribe to Empire by Morit A. and G. Davey. I'll say that one more time. From Tribe to Empire by Morit A. and G. Davey. Now, this is what Morit says about Egypt and Mesopotamia, Gobekli Tepe. Nowhere else had natural conditions favored the development of a human society to the same extent as in Egypt. Nowhere else do we find an industry comparable in its technical perfection. Moreover, apart from some stations of uncertain age in Palestine, no trace of man earlier than 4000 BC exists in Syria or Mesopotamia. By that date, the Egyptians had their feet on the threshold of their history proper. It is then reasonable to attribute this precocious development of Egypt's first inhabitant to their own genius and to the exceptional conditions in the Nile Valley. Nothing proves that it was due to the incursion of a more civilized stranger. The very existence of such, or at least of their civilization, remains to be proved. This was said by this was quoted by Diop and in Morit's book, in Morit A's book. Now, the reason why I'm quoting this is because when we spoke about Robert Koch's book last week, Master Teacher, Koch's attempts to date the Sphinx to a Mesopotamian Gobekli Tepe people and leave Africa is where he left me. And here we have Diop's work sourcing A. Morit, what exactly is at Gobekli Tepe. What we have from Seth Lloyd, Schmid, Henry Frankfurt, Sir Leonard Woolley. I want to read this, and there's so much more to read. There's so much more. You guys got to check out Diop's work, man. African Origins of Civilization, page 100, chapter 5. The term inventor, and I'll end right here. The term inventor applied to Sir Leonard Woolley, who discovered the tombs of Mesopotamia, proves that the word royal cannot be justified except as a working hypothesis. On the contrary, the most ancient kings of Elam were blacks, without the slightest doubt, as attested by monuments exhumed by Delaford. So, inventor was the name. So we have misdating. We have Sir Leonard Woolley naming the tombs that were found in Göbekli Tepe, misnaming them, mislabeling them, calling them royal tombs when they weren't. So, my question to you, Master Teacher, is what do you teach? Is Göbekli Tepe, and are you? I'm not going to ask that because I doubt you would predate Egypt to anything, anything outside of Africa. So I won't ask you. Would you agree with this predating system? My question is, who are these people of Göbekli Tepe? There's so much more that I would like to show. Now, you don't have to answer that right now. I appreciate it.
I'm going to. It's already 9:29 over here, so I'm going to get into. That's the question. What my thoughts are on Göbekli Tepe, and if it predates Kemet. That's the question.
Yeah. Darius McNair kind of summed it up. How do you feel about scholars trying to place Sumer and Mesopotamia ahead of Egypt? Thank you, Darius. Thank you.
Okay, that's another question. How do I feel about scholars placing Sumer and Kemet?
Peace to you, Darius.
Sumer and Kemet ahead of Egypt? So I actually did answer that in my my breakdown, and I clearly stated that. And in today's breakdown, if you remember, I clearly stated the Zep Tepe period, according to the Kemetians, goes back 36,000 BC, according to the Kemetians themselves in the Taurian papyri. So Göbekli Tepe. Let me go ahead and show this for show this real quick, and then thank you. First of all, thank you, Kemetic Metergy, for that question. You posed it several times, and I'm going to go ahead and show a couple of things, and then get back into it. But thank you, my brother. I'm going to go ahead and show this now, and let me get a mic check to see if everybody hears me. Okay, everybody hear me? Mic check, mic check. Let's get into it. Let's get the numbers back up. I left and I came back, and the numbers went down to 70 something. We're at 103. Let's get them back up, everybody. Mic check if you can hear me. Mic check. I'm back. Come on back in, people. Don't leave when I take a break. I guess everybody takes a break when I leave. You don't have to take a break, or at least come on. Here we go. 87. It's coming back up. Okay. Mic check. Mic check. Everybody can hear me? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, let me do this. Wonderful. Everybody's here. Silos. Everybody's here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to either mute your mic there, guys, so it doesn't echo for the people. Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and get this. Then we're gonna go in because we got some good questions here. I got a comedian here. Okay, good. Screen share. We'll go ahead and share this. Oops. Hold on, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Still working on this Mac in the back of the ACK. All right, here we go. So everybody can see the screen here. I'm going to go ahead and blow this up. Okay, so here's what the brother is asking about for those who are not familiar. This is the Göbekli Tepe. I'm going to blow this up and see what is said as far as the basic information that can be gotten. Göbekli Tepe, Turkish for Potbelly Hill, so we know that's not its original name. It's an archaeological site in southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey. It tells us the tale includes two phases, believed to be the social and ritual nature dating back to the 10th and 8th millennium BCE. For the first phase belonging to the pre-pottery Neolithic, circles, massive T-shaped stone pillars were erected. The world's oldest known megaliths, and it goes on to say, so this is Göbekli Tepe here. So let's get the date. Let's clarify the date. 10th to 8th millennium BCE. Okay, so 10th millennium BCE would be 12,000 years ago. Okay, 12,000 years ago. Here is Göbekli Tepe at a closer look. Why it looks to be a ritualistic site. It is actually a ancient site that is a space marker, marking aspects in space. It's actually a calendar area. Notice the date has been designated to 12,000 BC or older. That goes back to the Cataclysm. Now we'll look at some articles about this, and I'll show some close-up of what's actually at Göbekli Tepe. Usually when people see Göbekli Tepe, they go to Wikipedia. They just see the outside, the up view down. This is from Telegraph News Science. Ancient stone carvings confirm how a comet struck the Earth 10,950 BC. So actually, when they went and researched what was on Göbekli Tepe, according to the interpretations of the writing, they see that the writing. They looked at this wall here, and they see that the writing. Ancient stone carving confers the comet struck the Earth around 11,000 BC, devastating event which wiped out the woolly mammoth and sparked rise to civilization. The markings suggest that a swarm of comets fragment hit the Earth at the exact same time as the mini ice age struck, changing the entire course of humanity. Scientists have speculated for decades that the comet could be behind the sudden fall of the temperature during the period known as the Younger Dryas, which is what I always teach about. But recently, the theory appeared to have been debunked by new dating meteor craters in North America, where the comet thought to have struck. However, when the engineers studied the animal carvings made of the pillar known as the vulture at Göbekli Tepe, they discovered that the creatures were actually astronomical symbols that represented constellations and the comet. The idea had been originally forwarded by Graham Hancock. And here it is right here, a closer look. Right here. One of the things that Göbekli Tepe. Okay, so I'm not gonna get. This is very long. They studied it at University of Edinburgh, and when they studied it, basically found that interpretations of the writing marked the story of the comet hitting the planet Earth. But as far as the age, so it's 10,000. It's 10,000. 12,000 years ago, 10,000 BC, 12,000 years ago. So it dates back after the Cometians said that they date back to. So the Sphinx, the problem is that when they talk about the Sphinx, they're trying to date the Sphinx and give credit to somebody else. This started the controversy of who was first. The Harakuti Temra is an image of the Kemetic story of Osar in the beginning of the Zep Tepe time period. It is completely Kemetic. It's always been Kemetic, and it has been there. It dates back further older than this because it dates back before the Younger Dryas period. So as far as what do I think about people that say that Sumer, and first of all, Sumer has nothing to do with Göbekli Tepe. I just want to clear that up. Sumer is a word used to overshadow ancient cities, which I already broke down, such as Uruk, such as Ashur. The Europeans came in and called all the area Mesopotamia, all the area Sumer. We found that the Sumer was just a small district inside of Bab Ilu, so it wasn't any huge metropolitan. It was just some small place. The whole area was not called Sumer. This does not predate Kemet. The reason why people would even think, let me take this off so I can get back to the class here. The reason why people think it predates Kemet is because of the date that people are starting Kemet at. Let me close this. I've already broken this down. People think Kemet starts with Narmer. So if you're an Egyptologist or you're one of those people that go on the conscious community channels and you teach that Kemet started with Narmer, then yes, of course, Göbekli Tepe predates Narmer. Absolutely, Göbekli Tepe predates Narmer, and there's artifacts that predate Narmer. If you understand the Kemet does not begin with Narmer, then you will not think Göbekli Tepe dates back past Narmer, because the Zep Tepe, according to the Kemetians themselves, go back 36,000 years ago, which predates Göbekli Tepe. So it does not predate the Nile Valley culture. It predates the name Kemet. Understand that Kemet, the word Kemet is just one of the words that was used for that ancient civilization, but it's not an ancient name. The word Kem can be found in the pyramid texts, which go back 2400 BC. That's the oldest time you can find Kem, and then you can find Kemet as a national, as they say, in the 11th dynasty. The society existed before it was called Kemet. It was the Nile Valley culture based on the story of Asar and the Neter. It predates Göbekli Tepe. The Harakuti predates that. So what do I think about that? I think that it's anybody that teaches Sumer predates Kemet just is not going by what the Kemetians say themselves, and is thinking that the Sphinx belongs to some ancient culture that is not Kemetian. There's an agenda to give the pyramids and the Sphinx another culture, because they're pushing an Atlantis and a Sumer white people predating, and they must have given the Kemetians the knowledge because of this foolish book called the Emerald Tablets, which begins off saying, it starts off, I Tehuti the Atlantean. That's what caused all the chaos, because the Kemetians teach that Tehuti is the originator of buildings, mathematics, science. That's what the Kemetians teach, that it starts off with Tehuti. So the confusion came in when the Emerald Tablets, the fake Emerald Tablets came out, and when you open it up, it says, I Tehuti the Atlantean. So here comes the New Agers. When they read that, they say, oh, Tehuti's the Atlanteans. And Tehuti, according to the Kemetians, is the one that taught them. So the Atlanteans must have been the one that taught that. You see, it's a logical fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. Tehuti is from the Nile Valley. The Harakuti Sphinx is from the Nile Valley. The pyramids are from the Nile Valley. All Naphtopleia is the Nile Valley. All of it is the Nile Valley, and it predates all of that. But it's people coming in thinking Tehuti's from Atlantis, which created the whole concept that the Kemetians were taught by somebody else, and that came from the silly Emerald Tablets book. So that's what I have to say about that. No Sumer. There's no place called Sumer that predates Kemet. The pottery shards and everything that they found does not date back to any place called Sumer. Sumer was just a small village area in Bab Ilu. Bab Ilu was the bigger place, but I've already done a whole class on this. So that is my answer to that question. That no. What do I think about it? My thoughts are the same from the last class that I broke down. I gave a whole breakdown of it. So maybe everybody watch the class again. Watch this class. You'll see that I state clearly that Zep Tepe predates all of that. It goes back to the time of the Shemsu Hor, which is 36,000 years ago, according to the Kemetians themselves. So what I think about it, I don't really think about it. I just go by what the Kemetians say, and it predates that. So that is the answer to that question right there. Kemet predates that. I don't even get into the whole argument of what predates what anymore, because I find that it's an egotistical argument that people. I just saw the brother Jabari and a Native American having an argument about what was first, the Americas or Egypt, and it's irrelevant. What are you following? Of course, we know the Nile Valley was first, but people proving what is first. What do you follow? Do you claim to be a Sumerian? Everybody claiming the Sumerians are first. Nobody's claiming to be a Sumerian. Nobody's saying they follow Sumerian culture. Nobody's reading Sumerian cuneiform to guide their family. No, it's just something to argue about which one is first. So the Sphinx predates all of that, and it is found along the Nile Valley, and that is the answer to that. Thank you for that, Kemetic Matter G. But that is my answer to that, which is the same answer as before. I thought I'd cleared the smoke before. I didn't know there was more smoke left. But that is my answer to that. And yeah, Sumer, there's no ancient Sumer. No ancient Sumer that predates Kemet. Okay, wonderful. And that is my answer to that. I'm going to go on. We have a lot of things. I don't see kinetic energy on the screen anymore. But if you're in the room and you can hear me, that is my answer to that. We're going to go on to the other questions. Watch out, Billy Carson. Yeah. Oh, kinetic energy is here. There you are, kinetic energy. You bounced out of the room or got cut off. But yes, no, that is my answer to that. And I have nothing more to say really on that topic. Nobody knows what Göbekli Tepe was. Göbekli Tepe in no way associates himself with Sumer. There's no cuneiform found in Göbekli Tepe. There's no Enki. There's no Enlil. There's no Anunnaki. There's no Inuna. There's no Igigi. There's no Sigagi. None of that is mentioned in Göbekli Tepe. So anybody that says Göbekli Tepe is a part of Sumer is misleading, because nothing in Göbekli Tepe has anything to do with the cuneiform Sigagi culture. According to the writings they found, they haven't even found writings that can be interpreted. They're all images and strictly pictograph. There's no sentences at all. So thank you for that, my brother. Appreciate that.
Peace.
You're
Understand and understood.
Okay, wonderful. Is there anything more you can talk to me about it outside of here? But I'm gonna get on with the class. But thank you for your support, my brother.
Indeed. Peace.
Okay. Peace. Wonderful. Okay, and Ahati, I'm gonna play your thing on the next break, okay? Because I gotta get to class. Okay. All right. Thank you all, and here we go. We're gonna get back into the questions that were asked. We got another hour and a half to get into it, so here we go. Let's break it down and get into it, everybody. We got a lot to break down today. A lot of questions I see came in, and the next one is from is E-Manifesto in the room? E-Manifesto, I'm doing a check. E-Manifesto in the room. I like it that you all are bringing me doctrines from other people to clarify, because E-Manifesto actually did the exact same thing. He brought something in to clarify. If you are in the room, I'm going to get into it. I don't want to. He gave a large donation for this, and I want him to hear this. I told him I was going to break it down this week. Are you in the room, E-Manifesto? Are you in the room, E-Manifesto? Yeah, there's a lot to sort out. E-Manifesto, are you in the room? If not, I'm going to go on to Kamit. And some of the other questions I see E-Manifesto. Okay, so I don't see E-Manifesto in the room. Shout out to me, E-Manifesto. We sent a question for me to clear up, a large donation for me to clear up something that Dr. Clyde Winters, E-Manifesto went into one of Clyde Winters' rooms, Philip Shockey, some room, and he quoted something that I taught, and he said they ostracized him, and then they did a whole lecture thing based on what I taught. So he wanted me to address that. I want him to be here for that. He's not here right now. I'll check back later. Let me do a mic check 111. If you can hear me, mic check 111. If you can hear me, mic check 111. We're building the numbers back up. I see the numbers going back up. Look at that, back up to 101. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me clear? I don't even know if I'm being heard. Mic check 101 or 11. And let me go into I'm gonna also check something really quick here. Mic check 1-1. My videos, history, community. I'm trying to look and see something really quick if I can do this. If not, I'll have to do it on my next break. But I'm looking for seeing if I can see where Jody is hidden. I don't see her. Somebody wants to type in the instructions of how to find that. I don't see it under the way. I know it should be under Content, community, content. Let's see, this is it. No. Community. I don't see where I can find where Jody would be hidden. Let me. Oh, I see it. Community. And I see Jody and Ed Ren. What is this? Okay, so Jody and Ed Ren are taken out of the mute. I don't know how they got in the mute. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Jody and Ed Ren have been rescued. They have been rescued. They should be able to come into the room and be seen. They're in the room. They should be able to be seen now. They were in the hidden section. That is very strange. Okay, shout out to Jody. Somebody can text Jody and tell Jody we figured out the problem and she is back. Oh, there she is. Jody immediately back in. All right, and Ed Ren, you're back in too. I don't know how that happened. I know Vinny's happy. That's Vinny's partner right there. Vinny's female counterpart right there. He's happy. All right, you're back in. All right, let's get back into it. I don't see Emanifesto. Jody, sage yourself. Let's get into Kamit. Let's go. Is Kamit here? Kamit, are you here? Mic check, check, check. Are you here, Kamit? Let's see if you are here. Kamit. This is a good one right here. Here's a good question here. Kamit sent in a large donation. I'm seeing if he's in the room because my comments are there. He is on deck. He is on deck. That's right, CeeLo. Truth is all the pieces of the puzzle fitting perfectly together. That's exactly right. Shannon is very happy that Jody's back. You all are partners. It's like a family here, right? She was like locked out of the house and we got her back. She forgot her keys. She's locked out. We're back in. Okay, good. All right, you're welcome. All right, let's get into it. So Kamit, let me get there. Let me go ahead and show screen share. Here we go. Screen share. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can send in your questions. You send them in via PayPal, Cash App, as you see at the bottom there. Cash App or PayPal. When you send in the PayPal or the Cash App, the questions pop up on the screen, and I throw them on the screen manually, and then I answer them. You can also just send in donations and support for all the time that I take to put in. If you appreciate that my answers are thorough enough to be supported, I appreciate all of you, love all of you, and I want to give a shout out again, first of all, to the all the people in the room that update me. Like when Jody was out of the room, I didn't even know she was out of the room, and everybody that is participating and helping out. Of course, I want to give a shout out to the one and only group that is actually sending me all my messages. Let me see if I can quick look at here. Oh, why is it 1 second, everybody. Let's see if it's not showing me the no, that's not it. Okay, hold on, everybody. Okay, it's not showing me my so strange. This Mac is so strange. It's not showing me my moderator. It's not showing me my moderators. Oh, is this it right here? This may be it. Let's see. There it is. Oh, you know what? Boom. I think I know. No. Let me do this. I remember. Here we go. Shout out to the awesome. There we go. The moderators. Shout out to the moderators who are helping the room run smoothly. Anki, Ma'at, Nani, Aset, Mur, Saneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. They are your moderators that will help you guide the room. It's Ahati Ma'at that told me that Jody was put out the room. They send me direct messages. Thank you, Ahati Ma'at. So Jody, you can thank him. Thank you, Ahati Ma'at, and thank you, Shannon and the rest. These are the moderators who watch the room carefully to make sure everything is running smooth. Shout out to the moderators. Okay, I hope you guys saw all that. Okay, all right. We're going to get into the next question from Brother Kamit. If you saw the moderators pop up on the screen, you can hear me, press a 1-1. If you saw the moderator screen share up on the screen and you can hear me clear, press a 1-1. We're going to get into it. Shout out to everybody. Let's get back up to, there we go. Okay, let us get into Kamit's awesome question that he sent. Wait, what is this? Hold on, everybody, 1 second. Open. It is opening weird. Clipping content. It's not showing it. 1 second, everybody. A little technical difficulty. I'm going to find out why. Hold on, everyone. I did something special with Kamit's. Let me find this. Is this it? No, that's e-manifesto. One moment, everybody, because I did something a little special with Kamit's question here. I want to see what happened to it. Where is it? Kamit's, is it? There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, good. Let me go ahead and put, I'm the one-man engineer doing this as the show is going on. Let me go ahead and put this back, repair this. I'm repairing it live in front of you all. We're going to erase, delete this. Delete, 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 delete. And there we go. Boom. Okay. We got it now. We're good. All right, let me do a screen share and share the screen. Here we go. Share the screen, and this is a Kamit. Kamit right there, top, highest of the consistent supporters. Kamit 101 of the Tehuti Podclass. He is the top, highest of the consistent supporters. And he asked an awesome question. I'm going to cover one part of it here because I commented on the Europeans last week. Of course, they all own all the ports, but this is the this is what he said right here. He says, "Peace to Tehuti. I personally believe the originals are in a state of devolution. Do you believe regression can be reversed?" Okay, and then he asked about the ports, but are we in a state of de-evolution? Let's check it out. Can it be reversed? So of course it can be reversed. We're reversing it right now through getting the information, but let me show you how deep the de-evolution is, and it is an actual scientific fact, not an opinion, that we are de-evoluting, not evolving, but de-evolving. Let's get into it. Okay, boom. So first of all, I'm going to show you some some terms that are being used that is part of this hypnotism, and it is the way that people are talking. There's a certain consciousness that spreads through social media, and when it does so, everybody follows the exact same talk. It is not a talk that developed from the streets. It's a social media programming, and they put this into social media, and then everybody starts talking like this. Of course, there's street talk and such, but I want to show you. One of the examples of this regression is people using its as a singular, as a plural instead of a singular. you'll find that ever since a few years ago, and this didn't exist in the early 2000s. You don't find record of this in the early 2000s. Up until about 2016 is when it started. 2016, 2017 is when they started getting popular, and it's using the term it's a de-evolution. I'm going to show you. People may say, how does this even matter? Well, the way the brain works is the neurons receive information, logically connect them with other neurons, and then when they sizzle together or they bind together, it becomes one neural link. And then your brain automatically goes from one neuron to the other. When they're associated, you don't even have to try to do it anymore, and it either dumbs down your IQ or builds up your IQ. So you find this conversation going on, and I'm going to show you this is actually a government patent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a government patent for this to happen to people. I spot it out, and then I reveal it, and then I show you the source of where it comes from. So conversations, sentences like this, it's really a lot of people out here that shouldn't be parents. Okay, so this type of talk, it's really a lot of people. Instead of there are a lot of people, they take the terminology and make it singular. People are plural, but then everybody started copying it, and if you'll find that you yourself may start talking like this, and you don't even remember when it started, because you'll find you didn't talk like this in 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, but you'll find out right around 2015, 16, everybody started talking like this. There's thousands of this talk. One of the talks is the matrix hypnosis by the millions, substituting there are for plural it's, and agreeing with people using nah. So you'll find it's really a lot of people out here. Then you'll go to another total separate tweet. It's really a lot of people out here that look at people, and then you'll go to another one, and you'll find millions of people saying this sentence. They don't know why they're saying it, because they didn't talk like this in 2004, 5, or 6, 7. And here's another one. It's really a lot of people out here instead of there are. And then you find thousands of people start talking. It's a lot of niggas. It's a lot of niggas. There are, but you can't have it's and niggas. It's a singular. It is a lot of niggers. And then it's really some sick ass. And you'll find that millions of people started talking like this after a certain year. It's not anything you can find in an old hip-hop video. It's not anything you can find in the old comedy shows. But you'll find ever since a few years ago, millions of people at once started talking like this. Also, another one that people started regressing is using nah as a form of agreeance. So nah, 100%, I said the same thing. They all are goats. But people started saying nah as a form of yes, when nah, no means no. It's actually the opposite. But people started talking opposites. They do this testing to see if people actually do this, and then they bring in the bigger control. This is all part of a mind control, and you'll find that back in 1997, 98, 99, 2001, 2, people weren't using nah as a form of yes. And here it is. What if you 25? Nah, 25 is fine. And nah, I agree. Steve has full of skincare routine, everything, and then it goes on, and you'll find that everybody started talking, saying it's a lot of women, and nah as right. Some people may say, well, why is this happening? The social media is a test, and I'm going to show the patent of it. We're going to get into that in a minute, but we're going to show the regression of people, and here's an example. This 14-year-old gangbanger, DeQuandre Weaver, brags and jokes about shooting a pizza delivery man. Let's take a look at this and see if our children, let's see if we're regressing. Let's just take a look at this real quick. See if this even plays. Let's see. One second. I don't know why it's not. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Something is wrong with this. I'm going to go ahead and play this. See if I can open it with maybe VLC.
Oh God, but you paranoid. Slut ain't nowhere around. No, but they say she don't. But y'all paranoid. I just shot the. I just shot the. I should be over there praying. Right. Y'all really got the easy way. I'm talking about when that's here.
No, I wasn't even thinking until they just said license.
Right. When that boy said license.
Do you hear the music in the background?
You and that Christian life, your bug gonna be about 500.
Well, y'all should have suffered. But I ain't gonna count. But if I was you, and I'm with somebody just shot somebody, I would be like, what though?
What do you see?
Cause boy, when I shot that, I really thought you were finna pull out from me. I was like, oh yeah, I'm finna have to get running.
Well, did you shoot him in the car or out of the car?
Right, when he was hopping inside the car, I parked. At first, when he was running toward the car, I ain't had the gun caught black. Caught black, so when I shot, they were like, oh. I'm like, what? I caught the back. It was inside the head. Boah! That boy face said.
But when you shot him, and I looked at him, he was like he didn't get hit.
Right. Until that boy turned around, he looked like he didn't get hit until he looked at his shoulder. He was like,
All right, so that's just an example of 13, 14-year-old boys today. Have we regressed? Are we de-evolving? Absolutely. So here, let me show you another 14-year-old boy.
Tutankhamun. The boy king Tutankhamun is perhaps the most recognizable Egyptian ruler of all time, though he only ruled Egypt for 10 years.
He's famous because by chance we have an intact tomb of a pharaoh. And even though it's a minor one, it gives us a glimpse into the real splendor and wealth of ancient Egypt.
Born Tutankhaten around 1341 BC, it is believed that his father was King Akhenaten.
His mother is still unknown because the DNA testing doesn't allow you to differentiate between a bunch of different sisters. The Egyptians made things very tough on historians by a lot of times marrying their siblings.
Tutankhaten assumed the throne at 9 years old.
Try to imagine a fourth grader as mayor of your town. The chances of a child running the country are really slim or non-existent. Other people were calling the shots.
Akhenaten had taken the country through a religious change, and Tut spent most of his reign revoking his father's religious reforms, even changing his name from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun.
I think what you could say King Tut's most important act was more as a tool for powerful interests who wanted to overturn much of what his father did. To try to overturn the dictates of a former pharaoh, the best tool in your arsenal is to have the new pharaoh to do that with.
After 10 short years as pharaoh, Tutankhamun died at the age of 19.
No one knows what killed King Tut, and he died as a relatively young man, but there were a lot of things in the ancient world that could cause your death. He was infected with malaria, DNA testing shows. He had a lot of bones that had been broken, including some relatively close to the time he died. Infection is not unheard of. Assassination is not unheard of.
Tutankhamun was largely forgotten until 1922, when archaeologist Howard Carter found his tomb.
He suddenly went from being an absolute unknown to being perhaps the best known, all because of this discovery that took everyone by surprise. Such fabulous wealth. Nothing like that had been discovered before, and nothing really since.
Okay, so here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there we go. So are we devolving? Are we devolving? Well, let's take a look and let's do some comparisons of these are our young boys before the Matrix. So before the invasions, here's an example of our what we would call young boys today, or as they say, 4th and 5th graders. So the school system, the way the system is set up today, you cannot even imagine a 4th or 5th grader even being left alone without causing chaos in a house. A 4th or 5th grader today, with the de-evolution, has to be told to clean up their room. Did you brush your teeth? Did you bathe today? Come home on time. You're going to be grounded. That's a 4th and 5th grader of today and today's de-evolution. That is and up into 13 years old, children out there causing problems, confused, chaos going on. Well, are we devolving? Here is Tutankhamun, who took reign of Kemet at 9 years old. Kemet, by the way, is almost 3 times the size of America. Okay, here is Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III, this is in the Brooklyn Museum. He took reign, this brother right here, took reign at 12 years old. Okay, so there's King Tut. Hatshepsut took reign also around 12. A lot of people don't know, but this was the age when people before the Matrix became young men and young women. When they set up this new society, when we got introduced to European society completely slowed down our evolution, completely slowed things down. They started making adulthood divisible by 3 6s. They started creating a whole bunch of gematria, which changed the evolutionary growth of the ancient man and woman. So the ancient men and women were already having children and families by 14, 15 years old. Today, you couldn't even fathom that because they completely slowed down our learning capabilities. This is here at the bottom. Here is Tutankhamun with Ankh-Senamun. So Tutankhamun at 13 years old with his family and 2 wives already, 2 spouses already at 13 years old, and children between 13 and 19, 2 mates and children. Today, completely opposite. We couldn't even imagine that. So obviously there is a devolution taking place, going from the time where we used to be able to rule a complete large spiritual country at the age of 12 to 20 years old. Ramesses, the most powerful Ramesses, was the most powerful, what they consider the most powerful pharaoh. He was only 25 years old. And notice they say King Tut, who only ruled for 10 years. What's the rule of Biden? What's the rule of Trump? What was the rule of Obama? What's the rule of any of of Bush? What is the rule of a president today? How many years is that? Wouldn't 10 years be a humongous time? But in Kemet, he only ruled. Imagine saying that in America today. This 9 to 13-year-old boy, he only ruled America as a president for 10 years. That's longer than every president, younger than every president. But the standards were so high, are normal. They weren't high. They were normal in our time, in our normal time, that it was normal for us to be ruling at that time. But today, you become an adult at 18. They actually have different ages for adults, sexual consent, different ages in different states. You're allowed to get drinks when you're 21. You have a sweet 16 birthday. All of this foolishness. They have a set of a stage of age called teenagers, which doesn't make any sense. Teenagers do this. There's no genetic differentiation between a 19-year-old and a 21-year-old. There is no set age called a teenager where teenagers do this. All of these are European concepts that are created. The terrible twos. What terrible twos are there in ancient writings? Where's the terrible twos? Is because we're filled with sugar. We are religion, false education, slowing us down purposely. This was done. So now let's look at the boys of today. Let's look at and I won't even make a judgment. I'll just let you you decide. So here's the boys of today. Here's D. Quandre. Right off the bat, walking around with anyways, you can see what's going on. You can see his name. You can see this. Here's our boys of today, 14 years old. Okay. Here is young boys can be a princess. Let's go ahead and blow this up because we know that young boys can be a princess, right? You guys can all look this up. Young boys can be a princess, and you'll start to see what's taking place. Because, of course, young boys can be a princess. Right? So here's our young boys of today. So young boys can be a princess compared to King Tutankhamun and his 2 wives and family. Oops, hold on. His 2 wives and family, King Tutankhamun to young boys can be a princess. And you can just use your imagination on what type of family this young man is going to raise. Okay. All right. And here's some more examples of some more brothers here. So we have a young boy dressed up as a princess doll, right? A princess toy. And then we have an actual human doll. I don't know if you ever heard of the human doll. A lot of people thought he was a white guy. He's not, actually. He actually looks like Akhenaten, this guy right here. Right? Doll Pillganger, human Ken doll. Remember this? I don't know if anybody remembers this or ever came across this. This, you would have thought that this is Zsa Zsa Gabor's brother. This Ken doll right here. In actuality, he turned himself to a whole different race and partly changed his gender characteristics. Here's how the brother started off. The brother started off as looking like Akhenaten. And here is our young boys today. Now he's the human Ken doll. So boys, you can be a princess and you can be the human Ken doll. These are examples. So there was nothing like this in Ancient Kemet before the Matrix. So of course, you be the judge. I won't even say. To each his own. You be the judge if this is de-evolution from this. This or this. All right. So are we de-evolving? You be the judge. From D. Quandre bragging about shooting a pizza delivery guy. Zsa Zsa Gabor, a brother turning into a European feminine, whatever he turned into. And young boys can be princess, coming from Amenhotep the Third. Are we de-evolving? Are we evolving? Okay, so now I'm going to show you something very interesting here. Whoops. So off of that and onto actual scientific research, we're on to the Medical Express. Researchers find IQ scores dropping since the 1970s. A lot of people from the 1970s and 80s have noticed a definite, distinct change in concept and understanding of what they call the newer generation. They found a major change in womanhood, manhood, raising of children, even understanding simple mathematics, having conversations. There seems to be a cutoff, some type of cutoff. Something has changed. Now researchers found IQ scores dropping. So this is the Medical Express, where they did this study. A pair of researchers with the Ragnar Frisk Center Economic Research in Norway. So this one was done in Norway. They've actually done this across the world, but this one was Norway, has found that IQ test scores have been slowly dropping over the past several decades. In their paper published, The Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, Brent Brathberg and Ole Rogeberg described their study and results they found. They also offer up some possible explanations. Prior to studies have shown that people grew smarter over the first part of the last century, measured by intelligence quota. That's the IQ trend that was dubbed by the Flynn effect. Various theories have been proposed to explain this apparent brightening of the human mind, such as better nutrition, healthcare, education, all factors that may help people grow in smarter adults than they would have otherwise. But now, according to researchers in Norway, that trend has ended. Instead of getting smarter, humans have started getting dumber. The study by the team consisted of analyzing IQ tests resulted from young men entering into Norway's national service, compulsory military duty during the years 1970-2009, and all 730,000 tests were conducted. And the study that studying the data, the researchers found that going back approximately 70 years, but it was not all bad news. The researchers found some differences between family groups, suggesting that some of the decline may be due to environmental factors. But they also suggest that lifestyle changes could account for some decline, as well as the changes in the educational system, children reading less. Note this part, and playing video games more. We're going to stop right there. Playing video games more, of course. Do you remember when we were, so I don't know how old everybody is here, but those who are over 35 are 40 years old. I don't know if you remember when you were a child, the fun used to be going out, maybe building a tree house, running outside. We play baseball outside, street ball, dodgeball outside. We break the fire hydrants, run around, do a lot of athletic things outside. Let me go check the chat and see if anybody can relate to this just for a moment. I want to see something here. If anybody can relate to this. Do you remember when we were outside, ladies and gentlemen, when we were young, playing with the fire hydrants? We'd do skipping. There'd be skipping going on. There'd be hopscotch, outdoor baseball on the streets. We'd have to move when the cars come. Tag, rugby. Remember all that? That's when children used to, remember there was a thing called the tree house? Remember that thing? There was a thing called the tree house. So we used to build houses in trees. Go up. Remember when we used to catch insects? Remember those days? Remember there used to be a net where you could catch butterflies? Remember children used to catch butterflies and praying mantises and go to the pond and skip rocks? Remember all of that? Remember that, Silos? Remember that? Going outside, getting vitamin D, getting the sun, right? Remember playing in the creek? Amin Ma'at Ra remembers playing in the creek. Remember there was a thing called bike riding and big wheels and the green machine? Well, lo and behold, all that has been replaced by, you don't actually have to play sports anymore. Why? Because ESPN, it's in the game. Now there's a game that looks exactly like the real game, and you don't have to play baseball anymore because you can go. You don't have to do. Remember the bumper carts. Remember it's a bumper cart where you can. Everything is this now. Every single thing is a little thing in your hand now, and that has completely. Remember handball, roly poly. Oh my goodness, roly poly. Remember all those things, right? All of that has changed because of the video game screen. The screen, the actual screen. We're gonna get into it. The actual screen. Vinny Black Lodge says this is a problem with a lot of social media people. They were that older kids that had to be in charge of the group playing. Yeah, remember that? They're older and wanted to be that person again, but were never the real leader. You remember those days? Yes. So all of that, ladies and gentlemen, all of that, we could not stand in the rain day. Oh, I'm glad everybody remembers those days, but that's when cloud gazing, all of that was outside, right? Ed Ren, glad to have you back. You were put on mute accidentally. That's right. You have to be proactive as a parent. Had all three of my girls in organized sports to balance out the tech. Exactly. All right, everybody. So everybody can relate to this. So let's get back into how this was planned. It's not just a video game. It's not just that. But there's something inside the screen itself. We're going to get into that. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can ask questions, and then you will see the type of detailed answer you get. We ask for support. When you send in your questions will pop up on the screen as such. Nito Campbell, when the questions are sent in, they're not sent in the chat room. They are sent in through PayPal, Cash App, TT Amoon, and also PayPal, Rocky SV. Please send in your support. Everybody who's enjoying this, support. This is what I do for a living. I used to have one-on-one classes. I changed it for this one class for everybody. There's 101 people watching. I hope you all appreciate it. Let's get back into it, ladies and gentlemen, because it's about to get deep. Let's get into the matrix. You notice I have a matrix screen in the back of my screen today. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. All right, so, whoops. No, I did that. Okay, so let's blow it back up again. Let's blow it back up again. Here we are. So we see that there's something changing the IQs, and they directly related to video games. It's not just video games, people. It's much more deadly than that. Now, shrink this down a little bit. I have been teaching that the matrix is a frequency within the Earth's grid, the actual environment itself that surrounds you, that has been altered to digress your mental spirit ka and ba state. People respond. They respond to me and say, Tehuti, that's spooky. That's crazy talk. What if I were to show you that now scientists are saying that they can't quite figure out what is happening, but, quote, it's something in the environment that is lowering the IQ. Then would you believe? Let's see. Let's go into it, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about to break into the matrix and break out of it and show you what is actually happening here. Here's another article, because people may say, well, that was just in Norway. It's actually happening all over the place. This is an article here, 2018, and it says, study, people are getting dumber. New research finds IQ scores have been decreasing for decades, and the environment is to blame. Okay, let's take a look at this article. IQ scores decreasing steadily amongst men born after 1975, according to new study. IQ scores have been steadily falling for decades, but genes are to blame. Their environment is at fault. New researchers published this week in Proceedings, National Academy of Sciences, United States of America examined the IQ scores of men and women between 1962 and 1991. Researchers that found increase for men born between 1962 and 1975. However, they decreased steadily amongst men born after 1975. What happened after 1975? So if you're born in 1975, by the time you're about 7 years old or 8 years old, here comes the Atari. Here comes video games. Remember that? Remember Pong? Remember Nintendo? Remember all of that Pong and Space Invaders and all of that? You notice you don't see any old movies with arcades. You don't see any old mafia movies. You don't see any old movies where a bunch of children are in it playing video games. Something happened after 1975. The earliest rise in IQ scores follows something known as the Flynn effect, a name for the long-term increased intelligent levels that took place in the 20th centuries, according to the study. O'Rourke, co-author of the study, senior research at Ragnar Frisch Center Economic Research in Norway, studies conduct in Denmark, Britain, France, Netherlands, Finland, Estonia have all demonstrated the similar downward trend. The causes in IQ increases over time, and now the decline is due to environmental factors. Rohlberg told CNN, it's not that dumb people are having more kids than smart people. Remember, I broke that down last week, the difference between the different genes, the genes that pass down hereditary, and the somatic genes that are the nerve genes, different from the hereditary genes. That even if your mother is not intelligent, it doesn't mean you're going to be born intelligent. Your father could have a high IQ or a low IQ. It has no rendering on your IQ. You can be born, you can be a genius, and your father's IQ is low. So it's not the gene pool. What does it say? Something in the environment. Put it crudely. So it's not the dumb people. It's not that dumb people are having more kids than smart people. To put it crudely, It is something to do with the environment, because we're seeing the same differences with families. It's affecting family structure. That is the whole goal of this matrix, to break down family structure. Now there's over 72 genders. You can be any gender that you want to be. In Canada, you're not allowed to say Mother's Day in certain places. No Mother's Day, no Father's Day. You can't say mother or father. They banned those words. You have to say parent. They're breaking down the family structure. Okay, because remember, boys can be princesses too, right? So the family structure is being broken down. He explained that these environmental factors could range from nutrition, changes in the education system, less reading, and more time spent online, to changes in media environment. Look at these two last sentences. So remember, the first study said video games. The next study says it's online. You don't even have to be playing video games. And the next one says media environment. What's the media environment today? Remember, we used to have this thing called television sets? Remember, you used to put antennas on the top to clear up the static? Remember that? Media environment. What's the media environment today? It is social media. Where is social media found? On your phone. What is the similarities between? We're going to look at this and break out of the matrix. What are the similarities between this, ladies and gentlemen? Video games, online, and social media. There's one thing that all those three things have in common. I'm going to pop back in the room and see if you guys have figured it out. What is the one thing that all those three things have in common? Let me peep in the room a second. What does video games, social media, and being online, what do all those things have in common? What do they all have in common? We're about to find out. The phone too. That's right, Heka Kepara. The phone, video games, social media, online, what do all those things have in common? There's something they all have in common. And without this one thing, you couldn't use any of them. We can include the TV, because prior to, remember, the plasma screen was the thing to get. Nobody cared. Remember, plasma screens were $15,000, $6,000 for a plasma screen. But what does the TV, social media, video games, online, your telephone, all have one thing in common? And if you remove this one thing, none of them can be used. Some good guesses here. Electricity, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. The chip, somebody said the chip. That's a good guess. Okay, the chip. The TV doesn't really need a chip, but that's a good guess. That's good. Oh, the internet. Well, the internet is actually online. So, the TV doesn't need the internet, but the internet is a part of it. Handheld. Yeah, remember CD players? Remember Walkmans? So a current. These are all good guesses. The one thing they all have in common is the thing that all of you are using and looking at right now. The receiver. These are good guesses. These are really good. Let me get back to the screen. If you all can see me screen sharing, press 1-1. Press 1-1. This is going to be a great class tonight. This is good. Dealing with some realities that we're all actually living in today. Press 1-1 if you can see my screen sharing, and if you can see and hear me clearly, press a 1-1. Ed Ren, Big Vapes, peace, Big Vapes. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see. Infinite Lives. I love that name. That's an awesome name. I don't think I've seen you before, but shout out to Infinite Lives. Shout out to Official Beats. Shout out to everybody. Shannon, Unky Maya. Everybody can see me. Okay. There's something they all have in common. Somebody said it. Somebody said it. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where we break things down thoroughly. Very thoroughly. So back to the... Oops. No, not that yet. So back to the article. This article says online, more time spent online. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people would think that the more time you spend online, the smarter you get, right? You'd think that your great-grandmother and great-grandfather, imagine they had Wikipedia. Imagine they had Google. You could Google anything. Everybody can be a scholar now. You can Google things. You want to know about archaeology? You can Google it. You want to know about mathematics? You can Google it. You want to know how to fix your computer? You can Google it. You want to know how to fix... It's exactly like the Matrix movie when Trinity had the connection to her head and now she can ride a motorcycle. We're in that world right now where anything you want to know how to fix your engine, Google it. Everything you want to know. So wouldn't you think people would be getting smarter? The speed of how you receive information is better now. You would think that logically children should be smarter now because they can Google everything and find out the answer. They don't have to ask mom and dad or their teacher. As a matter of fact, in class, they can Google the answer faster than the teacher can answer it. Remember in class, you have to hold your hand up? How many countries are there in Africa? By the time the teacher says, what was that? You're Googling it. How many states are there in the U.S.? What's the speed of light? And if you remember all that, you should be getting smarter, right? But no, IQs are dropping due to online time spent. So it's not the information, something else is happening, and it's the one thing that everybody has in common using all those devices. Let's get into a video. Let's check it out. Let's see how this plays here. This is good. This is a great interactive class. You guys are making some good guesses. Let's get into it. Okay, so it may be a little bit low. I'm going to see if I can change the volumes because the way that I had to snatch this, actually, you know what I may be able to do? Let me see this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm taking it off screen share for a moment. I'm going to see if I can play this directly in the screen for you all. Let me see if I can do this. Let's see. I may be able to do it, y'all. I may be able to do it, everybody. Let's see. It'd be great if I could. Can I do this? I see the screen jumping. Nothing is happening. Oh. Okay, hold on. Hold on, everybody. Here. Let me go to you all. I see you all in the room. I'm going to go to screen share. Oh. I got it. I got everybody. For something. Here we go.
It's almost impossible. In fact, it is impossible for a kid to grow up in America right now without constant exposure to screens. Not only are children addicted to smartphones, but the schools, public schools especially, are filled with laptops, tablets, and online homework. Why? Because Silicon Valley pushed that on our schools. They're profiting from it. You know what they don't want? That garbage in their own kids' schools. According to the New York Times, tech elites are keeping screens out of their children's schools and teaching them to play with real toys instead of digital ones. Why? Because they know screens are poison. They should know they make them. Tom Kirsting is a licensed psychotherapist, author of the book Disconnected, How to Reconnect Our Digitally Distracted Kids. Tom, I know that you remember very well, and maybe some of our viewers will too, it was only 5 or 6 years ago that all the dumb people, the fad adherents, were telling us the most important thing we could do was to put iPads in every school in America and our kids would magically get brilliant. This was a lie pushed by Apple, and they all believed it. What do we now know about that?
We now know that that is absolutely false. Something I've been lecturing about for 10 years. I've been going out there, stomping the ground, trying to get parents to really see what's happening, what this stuff is doing to kids' brains, how that is affecting their kids' emotions, why we have so much anxiety and depression, why the suicide rate is through the roof. And now you have the tech execs in Silicon Valley that are actually preventing their own children from using these devices. And when I saw that piece, I was thrilled to hear that, because maybe now, we can educate other parents that aren't as aware as these Silicon Valley tech execs are.
But, I mean, Philip Morris executives never gave Marlboros to their own kids. Right. So I guess this shouldn't surprise us. What surprises me is that none of the people selling this garbage to our children, marketing it to them, pushing on them through their schools where they have to obey, are ever held accountable for what they've done. Why is that?
It's unbelievable. It's got to be. Must have something to do with behind-the-scenes lobbying and special interests and things of that nature. Now, these tech execs, if you read some articles on it, there's a large amount of students that go to the Waldorf schools out in Silicon Valley. And those schools do not allow any form of electronic devices. It's all paper and pen learning. And I think in one of them, 70% of the students in one of those schools are the sons and daughters of Silicon Valley tech execs. So they...
Okay, yeah, now I'm off of mute because yes, I know. I'm on now, right? I took the I was on mute, but could you hear? You can hear the video. I had to put myself on mute and put the video right into the screen. Okay, now can you hear me? Press 111. 111 if you can hear me. Press 111. I had to mute myself. Okay, good. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and do this. I'll play the other part of the video. Something.
It's almost impossible. In fact, it is impossible for a kid to grow up in America right now without constant exposure.
It's the same one. Let me go up and put in the other one. One moment. Boom, boom. Boom, video file.
The average parent out there doesn't know, and I'm glad we're having this discussion right now.
But they sell the products anyway. They don't alert the rest of us. And school district after bovine school district continues to believe the technology is the key to education, and they never warn anybody about the threat that they clearly perceive.
Right, and I work at a school during the day for 22 years in addition to being a psychotherapist. And the biggest thing that we're trying to get a handle on is the mental and emotional well-being of our children. So, yes. 23 years ago, it was really more about education. You'd have a school counselor that would help kids with their schedules. Now it's part mental health and part education under the public school umbrella.
How many, since this is your world, how many educators do you run into who really understand the magnitude, the imminence of this threat to kids from technology?
The educators that I run into, that I speak with, they know it anecdotally because they see it, firsthand in front of them every day. But what they need to do is read more. Like my book really underscores everything with statistics to back it. We need to get out. We need to get parents out there hearing experts like myself discuss the ramifications, not just mental health, but also the family system. When you look at families nowadays, it's sort of, I liken it like this: an average family.
All right. So you all heard that, saw that, and he was about to get into the family system structure, regressing as well. Okay, so you can see there is a de-evolution system going on now. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen and ask everybody a question here to get into this purposeful de-evolution that Kamit is asking about. And everybody see the screen? Press 1-1 if you can see the screen. What patent number is this? What is this patent number? U.S. 6506148B2. What is this, ladies and gentlemen? What if there was an actual patent for what it is that I'm teaching about right now? Let's take a look. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. This may get a little bit scary, but let's take a look. Because of course, at the Tehuti Podclass, I'm going to have the actual document. Let's get a look at the actual document of that patent. So I'm going to show you all what this patent is about. United States Patent 6506148B2. This date of the patent, this one is 2003. The other one goes back over 50 years ago. But let's look at some of the newest one. What is this? Nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic field from monitors. What is the one thing that all those things have in common? The monitors itself. The monitors. Nervous system manipulation. Manipulation by electromagnetic field from monitors. There's a patent for this. Let's take a look at this patent over here. Let's take a look at what this includes. I'm going to blow this up for you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Whenever we talk about something, we show the thing, we show the facts, things that you can research. This is what's happening in your society right now in our society. This is the matrix. Physiological effects have been observed in human subject in response to stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near the half hertz to 2.4 hertz, such as to excite the sensory resonance. Many computer monitors and TV tubes, when displaying pulse images, emit pulse electromagnetic fields of sufficient amplitudes to cause such excitement. It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject. It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject. It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject by pulsing images displayed on nearby computer monitor or TV set. For the latter, the image pulsing may be embedded in the program material or may be overlaid by modulating video stream either as an RF signal or as a video signal. The image displayed on the computer monitor may be pulsed effectively by simple computer programming. It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject by pulsing images displayed on the nearby computer monitor or TV set. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's scroll down and take a look at this patent and their intentions of how they have this set up. You can look at this patent and you will see how they want to control the nervous system, control the emotional state, sending in subliminal messages. You have the internet, remote computer system. Here it is going into the person's head. This is real, ladies and gentlemen. All of this exists. This is too long to read. When an image is displayed by a TV monitor in response to TV broadcast, intensive pulses of the image may simply be embedded in the program material. When an image is displayed by a TV monitor in response to a TV broadcast, sensitive pulses of the image may be embedded in the program material of the source of the video signal. This whole thing is about mind control through the monitor adjustments and what's inside the monitor itself. This is a huge document. There's all type of anyways, you can get this. If anybody wants me to, well, no, you guys look it up. Here's the patent here. Physiological effects, subjects controlling and manipulating. That means they have the intention of trying to control you through the monitor screen itself. Why? Because it's easier to control. It's a 2-in-1 package, everybody, that you get. Because, of course, it is easier to hypnotize someone and mind control them when your IQ levels drop. So the actual computer system, the internet, and how they have the frequencies is designed to drop the IQ while manipulating your subconscious and causing physiological nervous system changes inside of you, which are easier to receive as your IQ is dropping, because it's easier to fool somebody with a lower IQ than a higher IQ. So that's the program, and the patent lowers your IQ while simultaneously controlling and manipulating your physiology. Thank you for the question, Kamit. Are we devolving? Absolutely. Yes, we are devolving. That is my answer to that question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope those of you who saw this enjoyed and appreciated. I know it scares some people, very frightening. Absolutely. Yes, that's what's going on, Sanetia Moon. That is happening. It is happening. Going on here. So yes, you can research this more and more and find out that it is intentional. They say they say we don't know what's going on, but it's an environmental change that's happening all over, and people's IQs are dropping. It has something to do with video games, internet, television watching. They find out that over 5,000 hours of television watching increases Alzheimer's. I have all the articles on all of these things. So now they have you constantly in the screen, constantly in the screen, constantly in the screen. Everything is in the screen. Everything is in the phone. Everything is in the screen as your IQ level drops, and they can actually manipulate your physiology by penetrating you with the frequencies that are put inside of the monitor itself, decreasing your IQ, thus making it easier for manipulation of mind control. So all of a sudden, they test it through social media to see if it works. And after 2015, everybody's saying it's. After a certain time, everybody's saying, I can't. They're not saying I can't do anything. I can't with you. I can't with you. It's a manipulation where they program, they see if everybody's doing it, so they can put in the more serious programming. But it starts as funny ways that people talk. It's a lot of niggas out there. It's a lot of women out there, and they have all this certain type of talk. They put it in the screen. Everybody starts doing it at the same time. They monitor it. They see that it works, and then they manipulate the more important programs to control how you manipulate your own family. This is the real matrix and slavery that's going on. That's why I have a matrix screen behind me. Thank you for the question, Kamit. I hope you appreciate it. Thank you it was actually a statement you made asking what I think about it. Thank you for it. Shout out to the moderators. Nania Setmer says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Shout out to you, Nania Setmer. And of course, Darius, trapped in the cell phone. That's right. Which has everybody looking down, which evolves horns in your back. We'll get into that maybe in another class. Human beings are now evolving 2 sets of horns at the top of their spine, designed by constantly looking down at your phone. Doctors are doing CAT scans and finding horns are developing here in your back. Look it up. Check it out. It's happening. You're turning into a horned creature. Your physiology is being destroyed. All of this is happening right in front of your eyes. Get your children back. If you find your child is always asking for the phone, Mom, can I have the phone, Dad? Can I do this? Can I get on the game? If you find your child is always like this, get him, ban that person from the phone. Get them back into arts. We used to design things. Get them back into drawing, going outside, some type of ball game, some type of movement to build their coordination, something where they're getting the sunlight, not just all day, and then they're getting more disrespectful, crazier, and that's how you turn Tut Ankh Amun and Amenhotep III into the boy that can be a princess. So if you want your boy to be a princess, shout out to you. Do what you do. Continue on. If you want to educate your family and get them to a higher level of consciousness, not saying that you should come off the phone or come off the internet. Balance it out. Spend some time with your family. I spend time with my family, my goddesses, and my children, doing things with each other. They do things with each other as goddesses. I do things with them. I spend time with the children doing things directly with them. You'll find that at regular family meetings, everybody's off doing their own thing. Family, barbecue, whatever, everybody's off doing their own thing. The children over here, Alice over here, everybody. No, you're supposed to do things as a family and interact, or else you will get caught up in transhumanism and your child will be a robot. Shout out to you, Kamit, for asking that question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Saneti Moon put up bombs. Vinny says it's also one cell in the body of connected. Exactly. That's the real cell, not the cell phone. But yes, let's get on to it. Let's move on, everybody, to the next question. Click here, like. Yeah, that's right. We only have 53 likes and there's 100 and some people watching. Everybody go click the like button icon if you haven't already. That's what Nania said. Mur says, let's get on to the next question. E-Manifesto is not coming in the room, so we're going to get on to the next. Let's go. I see a lot of them pop up here. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. We got a lot of them, starting off with, of course, Anthony Drain, who always... Anthony Drain, you are awesome. You're always sending in the 1072. Let me put that up on the screen. Shout out to Anthony Drain. He always sends in 1072 just as support. He constantly does that. I love it with the sacred number. I'm going to go ahead and put him on the screen. Let's see if it shows up here. So here's how it looks like, everybody. When you send your donation in, it pops up on the screen. So shout out to Anthony Drain for the 1072. I do not have a super chat. YouTube has taken away my monetization, even though I fulfilled the criteria. They say my content is not original or whatever they say. So we have to do this through Cash App and PayPal, TT Amun. If you want to know what it is, ask the moderators. It always flashes up on the screen every once in a while. Shout out to Anthony Drain for the 1072. I just answered several questions and several things in a row, and it's good to take a little break and get some supportive donations in, but I'm going to take them one by one and go ahead and answer shout out to wait a minute, hold on, let me see. Let's is Carlos, are you Hernandez? Let me go in the room and see something. Silos, are you there, Silos? Silos, are you Hernandez? I don't know. Let me go ahead and do this step by step. Shout out to Akoma Dejed. I like that name. Oma Dejed. I love these names in the room here. You guys are awesome. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's get into some of the questions that were sent. Some more. I'm going to pull them up. One moment. Let me see something here. One second, everybody. I want to see something here. Lacey, Race Commit. Hey. Okay, shout out to. Oh. Okay. Let's get into it. Who is the next up here is Owen. Oh, look at this. Owen Hythe with awesome. Owen is, I don't know where this brother came from, but he just pops up with oh no. 1 second, everybody. I made a little mistake. Let me stop this. Stop. How do you stop this? Okay, let me go ahead. Owen Hythe with, wow, you're about to get the round of applause. This man here. Shout out to you and your sister, Africa Brown. Shout out to both of you for your support. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Are you in the room? I think it's Ascar21. Are you in the room? Let me go ahead and do an overlay. See if you're in the room. Wow. Owen Hythe, shout out to you, my good brother. If you are in the room, I don't know. I'm going to check the room in a moment to see if you're there. But of course, you get the awesome round of applause because you are always supporting. Came out of nowhere as the biggest one-time supporter ever. Showing major support ever since. Shout out to you, my brother. I think it's Ascar21. I'm not looking in the room, so I can't read the name, but it's Owen Hythe, Ascar21. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to your sister, Africa Brown. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are awesome with the support. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. 1 second here. One second, everyone. Is the brother in the room? I'm gonna come look at. Oh no, that's. Come look in the room in a second. Are you in the room? Let's see. Check comments. And there he is. I see him. There you are, brother, my good brother. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to you for this great support. Thank you, my brother. You are great as always. Let me do something here for you. So the brother asked the great question about the Sumerians. Sorry, not the Sumerians. That was a kinetic energy. Not the Sumerians. The Anunnaki. It's the Igigi or the Anunna. Actually, let me see something here. One moment, everybody. I think this is it. I'm getting the dictionary. No, I have so many dictionaries. I actually want to pull up something here. The Assyrian. Okay, let me see if this is it. Yeah, there's one. Boom. No, these are the same. Okay, nice. All right, so are the Anunnaki black? That is a great question, my good brother. Let me go ahead and nice. So the Anuna, let me get a mic check if you can hear me. Mic check if you can hear me. One if you can hear me. 111 if you can hear me. Okay, wonderful. So I want to explain that we're going to go through a few images because our concept of race is actually created by Europeans. They're the ones that put us in this box concept. They're the ones that created this term black as a different type of race from other brown-skinned people. They're the ones that created Negro, Negroid, Sub-Saharan, all these terms to box people in, so that once you get amalgamated, once you start to take these terms in as official terms, your sight becomes unrealistic. It becomes matrix. Then you start to have arguments with people about terms that ancient people never considered themselves. So thus, if I see a man from India and he's darker than me, I was taught by the European to say he's not black, he's dark-skinned Indian. He's not a Negroid from Sub-Saharan. All these strange terminologies that we use. So therefore, once we start to use those terms, then the arguments begin. And when the arguments begin, you'll never win because the terminologies were invented by the last set of people that actually developed any form of terminologies. That means that we had terminologies for ourselves, and we never separated ourselves by what is separating us today. So they say he's not black, he's Puerto Rican, he's Venezuelan, and he's Native American, and he's all these when actuality, were they melanated? Absolutely. The way that the ancient people depicted their own deities were always melanated. As a matter of fact, the term Ki-Ingi, land of the black lords, the Ki-Ingi. So when you see Ki-Ingi, it actually translates in the Sumerian dictionary, which I'm going to pull up later. I'm going to pull up in a moment, which means land of the black lords. And according to the Assyrian, the people of Ashur and Erech and their writings, the original black lords were the Anuna or the Igigi, not the people, not the regular people, but the lords that they looked up to, the Inki, the Enlil, the Erishkigal, Ninhershag, all of those beings right there, Ninti, all of them were the lords, the black lords of the land. That's what they call themselves. We're going to go through some images and look at just what they drew themselves. And then you all be the judge, because there is, like Hermetic Medeji and the people that he was reading were they're trying to create a race of people called Sumerians and Atlanteans. And when you go to the Gaia channel, they're always pale skin with like yellow hair, the Sumerians, and they show you the Guitians or some other group of people, and they don't show you all of the people that and how they depicted themselves. I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. We're just going to look at some of the images of the Anuna themselves. Okay, so boom, Shamash. We'll go straight to Shamash, who is of the highest of the Anuna. Shamash, who is the sun Anuna or the sun god. This became the actual word for sun in Hebrew. So the reason why Hebrew Israelites and Jews have the word for sun is because there was an ancient sun god of the Anuna and the Akkadians called Shamash. There's a good look at him. We'll go ahead and blow him up. Okay. So if that looks like Brad Pitt or Jim Carrey to you, then so be it. But I would say that if this man here popped up in the 1700s, he would have his balls cut off just like me. He'd be hung on a rope just like me. If that is the definition of black, this man is about 5 hues darker than me and anybody that I know. He does not quite look like Trump. So if you were to see this man walking on the street, would he be considered a black man in this day and time? Absolutely. Did they consider themselves black as any kind of race? No. The people back then were just melanated. They had strong melanin characteristics, and thus they would also depict their gods with strong melanin characteristics. This is Shamash, one of the Anuna, or Igigi, or as the people today, the popular term today being used. Anunnaki is a popular term today. We go here to the walls of Ishtar. We blow them up here. And I heard somebody say something very funny. They say, those aren't black people. Those are dark Indians. I'm like, okay. Okay, only because, of course, in this day and time, Indian is being separated from black. We don't even know how to distinguish races, because the concept of race, as broken down in my book, Melanin Dark Consciousness, race originally, who knows what race means originally? We're trying to divide people by races, and we don't even understand that the word race. Let me go ahead and pull up something for you to all see. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Melanin Dark Consciousness for you. All of you should check that book out, Melanin Dark Consciousness. We're going to take a look at the definition in Melanin Dark Consciousness, which actually shows a definition from etymology. Here's the book right here, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and send a request to get this book. I'm actually going to scroll down. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in Melanin Dark Consciousness on page 2. As soon as the book begins, we're going to expand this a little bit. And we're going to take a look at race. So here is race here on page 2 of Melanin Dark Consciousness. And look what race meant in the 1500s. Okay, so people of common descent, 1500s, right? From Raza, race, breed, lineage, possibly Raza, unknown origin. Now look as we go back in time to what the original English people thought race was. Because remember, they developed this word, original sense in English. Original sense in English. Original sense in English included wines with characteristic flavor, 1520. Group of people with a common occupation. Do you see that, everybody? So in the 1520s, if you worked a computer job and your friend worked a computer job, you all were of the same race. If you were a gas attendant and the other person was a gas attendant, you all were of the same race. You see how foolish this concept is? Because the concept, when it's created, it kept changing and changing and changing, because it was never intentionally originally made to be what people are saying it is today. So if you were a nurse and your friend was a nurse and your mother was a nurse, guess what? All of you were in the same race. So in 1520, if you were to take everybody back now to argue about what race you are, it'd be a whole nother conversation. Who gave people the authority to change the meaning? But here it is. A group of people with a common occupation. Now a generation. Race now meant in 1500 to 1560, a generation. So if you were 12 years old and somebody else was 12 years old and another person was 12 years old, guess what? All of you are the same race. So if a Chinese person is 25 and an Indian person is 25 and a person from Norway is 25, you're all the same generation, you are all of the same race. You see how foolish this concept of race is? Now, meaning tribe or nation or people regarded of common stock comes in from 1600. See how it starts to change? Modern meaning of one of the great divisions of mankind based on physical peculiarities. 1744. You see? And then it goes on to suggest the derivative is from the Arabic ras head. meaning beginning or origin. Why would Ra's head be beginning or origin? What does Ra have to do with the beginning of origin, and how does Ra tie into a common stock, and why is Ra considered a head? They take it back to Arabic, but it really goes back to the word Rosh and Ra, which is actually just so how ridiculous it is where it actually comes from. The concept of race comes from the Nitiru. Ladies and gentlemen, without the word Ra, you wouldn't have the word race. Why? Because when you go to the Nitiru and you go to the family line of the Nitiru, Ra is at the top. Ra, Shu, Tefnut, Jeb, Nut, Osar, Set. They're of the same stock and the same tribe, of which Ra was the head. So in ancient times, Ra being the head, that was the top of where you came from as a netter. So they stole this concept of Ra being the head. They took that and made the Arabic word Ra, which is the head, created race, which race meant you came from the same stock, but it had to do with Ra being the head because Ra was the head of the Nitiru. He was at the top of that family tree, and they were all of the same stock. And it goes back to the original fight between the heritage and who would be the heir, whether it was Heru or Set, fighting of the heir of Osar, who came from Ra. So thus you have the word race. So without the Kemetic concept of Ra being the head of the stock, you wouldn't have race today. So they created this crazy thing called race, and every few years they change the concept of what race is. So now they have these different races, and they say, well, if you're Indian, you're a race. And what's Indian? Is it Native American? I saw somebody on Sonetter saying, we're Indians, we're Americans. And I'm like, oh, so you're the same as an Eskimo? Is the Eskimo the same race as somebody from Venezuela? Because an Eskimo doesn't look like nor has the same blood haplogroup as the way that their blood has to evolve as an Eskimo living in ice for thousands of years. That's in Alaska. That's America, right? So that's a Native American. So a person from Alaska is a Native American. An Eskimo is a Native American. But then you go all the way down to the end of Colombia or down to South America where they have to live in a rainforest. Their blood haplogroup and their bloodline changes to match living in a rainforest. Is that the same race as the person who lives in an igloo? Because their genes are different. But they're all American, right? We're all Native American. That's the same as an Aztec. Is that the same as the Cherokee? So they'll say we're all the Native American race. So it's all a bunch of foolishness. In ancient times, they had dark-skinned people, and the dark-skinned people developed. The dark-skinned people developed the religions that people have today, and now today there's a whole bunch of chaos going on. Here we are. We're going to look at this. Here it is, looking closely right here. Right? So is that a black man? Is it a brown man? Is it a yellow man? This is depicting the ancient people of the time and the ancient gods of the time. If you go back to the ancient images of the gods look just like the people. They all look like the same people. Oops, sorry, let me close this down. Shamash, here's Shamash right here. Right, Shamash looks like my great-grandfather. Right, so we see Shamash right here. All right, so yeah, no, Shamash does not look like George Bush. So the Anuna and the Ki-Ingi, which means the black lords of the land, that's where they had to hide it under the word Sumer. They had to get rid of Sumer. Here is the walls and the walls of Ishtar right here. So this is the source of where the images come from. Okay, that's how they depicted themselves. People say, "Well, those are dark-skinned Assyrians." They're just melanated people. If you want to separate yourself and say one melanated people is different from another melanated people, as far as whatever you feel to make you happy. Not you has asked the question, but people who are confused, who want to separate people who are dark-skinned, saying, well, I'm Jamaican, I'm Belizean, I'm African, I'm Native American, I'm not black, I'm Native American, I'm not African. All of these terms are created to confuse you, so you end up arguing under European terminologies. But as far as the Anuna, all of the Anuna are drawn. They're drawn as dark-skinned people. The people that worship them are drawn as dark-skinned people. The people in the stories are drawn as dark. Even Zachariah Stitchin. Well, I'm not saying that I abide by any of Zachariah Stitchin's teachings, but Zachariah Stitchin, the father of bringing Anunnaki information popularized in America, has even in his own book in the Lost Book of Enki on page 139, Lost Book of Enki in Zachariah Stitchin's book, who's talking about the creation of man, and he says in the Lost Book of Enki, we created man whose complexion is like the soil of Abzu, South Africa, not like the hairy ones who are savage, and his skin is like the Anunnaki. So whatever the complexion is of the soil of South Africa, the mud of South Africa, they compared it even in Zachariah Stitchin's book to the complexion of the skin of the Anunnaki that created them, which match the soil of South Africa. So yes, they're always drawn. The Kemet. This is why they had to replace it with Sumer. They had to put Sumer in there, take out Kiangi, because they knew in the dictionary Kiangi meant black lords of the land. They had to take that away because black wasn't considered your race. It was considered the most powerful color. So we never looked at our hand and said, this is black. The hat is black. My hand is not black. This is black. But black was all the colors in the visual light spectrum. So black represented all power because every single thing is composed of a color. And when you take all the colors in the visual light spectrum, which are all the colors in your reality, and put them together, they are black. When you remove them, it is white. So white in ancient time represented death to us, which is why you see some of the people in the Ifa, when they're discussing their ancestors and doing the tribal dances, they put the white chalk on, which is why you see the women in Kemet looking paler are putting white on their bodies because it represented the death of Asar. So white represented the death, the black represented all of life. So every time in ancient culture, we'd use the term black to represent our fertility, our power, the black lords, the Kemet, the black, the great Osiris is called the great black. Black was something that was worshipped in ancient times. So the European had to flip it, make it evil, and then call you black and say you're the black race when really you're brown, and say the Mexicans are brown and the Indians are red and the Chinese are yellow, and all this confusion when most of the people on the planet Earth are just different shades of brown. Black is a racial construct, but yes, the Anuna and the people of Kiingi and the Kemetian gods and all the ancient Nile Valley, all those beings were depicted as dark-skinned beings. So absolutely, to answer your question, yes, the Anuna were black. When I have some more time, I'll go into the Sumerian dictionary to show that even to be a writer, you have to be called the black. That's in the Sumerian dictionary. So thank you for that, my brother. Thank you for that, my brother, for that question. I'm going to go look at more of the questions. But no, we should not separate ourselves by the foolish things that Europeans are using. And that's why, and I'll say this to end this, that's why if you remove all of the titles that European gave us and say, have the same argument about race, only using what the race you're talking about call themselves, everybody would be like this. Have those same arguments, but remove all the white terms, remove Negro, Sub-Saharan, remove all those black, all those, and just say, what did the people call themselves? Or were they just stupid? They didn't know what to name themselves? What did they call themselves? Did they call themselves African? Did they care about Africa? No, the ancient people did not care about Africa. Did the Native Americans care about America? No, they didn't. No. An Eskimo didn't care about America, okay? An Eskimo didn't care about America. The Mayans didn't care about America. Nobody in ancient times was fighting over any continent because continents were not a concept that we had any consciousness of. You can't find any papyrus talking about a continent. You can't find any Native American talking about America as a continent. considering themselves one. I heard a lady say that we're Native Americans. So you, the Eskimo, the Mayan, the Aztec, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the Blackfoot, everybody from the top, from Alaska, are all one people? Absolutely not. Because if you took an Eskimo and dropped him in the middle of an Aztec culture, they would kill him. They wouldn't say, "My American brother." They would kill him on the spot. If you took a Mayan and placed him somewhere with another Aztec tribe, they're not saying, "My American brother, we're all the same." No, it's a war that's gonna take place. Okay, so same thing with Africa. Nobody in ancient Africa was fighting for Africa. Nobody in ancient times cared about Africa. Nobody talked about the continent of Africa. The Cometians were not trying to save Cape Verde. The people that are in South Africa were not fighting for the Nigerians. People cared about their way of life, the tribe they were from, but more importantly, their way of life and their structure within their community. Today, we care about these other things, and then we end up arguing and talking more about that as opposed to, okay, you're Native American. What's the life of that Native American? Do you live that life? Because the Choctaw and the Cherokee never had there was no ancient argument. They never argued. I'm Choctaw. I'm Cherokee. Okay, great. What's your way of life? What's your what do you teach as a Cherokee? What do you teach as a Choctaw? What do you teach as a? It was just about the teachings, not them fighting over who they were. They just realized who they were and abided by teachings and raised their family up on pure spiritual teachings. Nobody in Kemet considered themselves a race. Nobody. Ramesses was marrying women from Libya, Syria. He was not considered. He didn't care about that. If you followed Ma'at, you were in the family. Okay, but yes, to answer the question, yes, the Anuna were dark-skinned people, and dark-skinned people have all different type of hair textures, different shades, different looks. We didn't care about that. We knew the original people had curlier type of hair, yes. We also understood that some of the original people before we were in Homo sapiens had straight hair. So Lucy, that everybody brags about, the ancient common ancestor, did not have an afro. Her hair was just like an ape. It was straight. You don't see Lucy with an afro. And that goes back even before everybody. Glad you asked that question. Boom, I loved it. That was awesome. Let's get into culture and away from just the race talk. Of course, when it comes to understanding the agenda of there is a specific race, as they call themselves, that have an agenda to take out other races. But as far as other indigenous people, no indigenous people should be arguing or worried about a race. If I meet a Native American brother and he's Native American, your gods are Native American, peace to you. I'll come to your powwow and teach me. I'll enjoy you. Now I'm going to get back to what I study, and we all get along. We don't have to fight. And that's why you find only religious people fighting over their religion. In ancient Kemet, in ancient times, people were never fighting over their religion. Maybe territory, but not religion. And never over race. Ramesses never fought anybody because he had straighter hair or something like that. But anyways, thank you for that question. That is awesome question. You are awesome for asking the question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can send your questions in. I do my best to get to them, answer them, or just shout out to the support that's given. Shout out to the support that's given. Oh, we have someone here. Oh, nice. Shout out to, let me get this person here. Johan Biladu, are you in the room under another name? Is Johan Biladu in the room? Shout out to Johan Biladu. Are you in the room under another name? Sineti Amun put up, I think that's hand claps. Heka said, great breakdown. Silos Congos throwing fire at me. Bombs. And Yes, the tribes of Judah has another agenda. Yes. Shout out to everybody. Is that brother in the room? Oh, you're the Schlacken? You're the Schlacken? Is that you? Are you Johan Billadou? Okay. Shout out to you, Johan Billadou. Let me go ahead and put you up on the screen. Shout out to everybody sending in their question. Let me see if this is you. The Schlacken. Schlacken. Shout out to Johan Billadou, who sent $10 for what are your thoughts on reincarnation and children remembering their past lives. Okay, Johan Billadou, shout out to you. Thank you for that awesome, great question. What I'm going to do now is somewhere before this podcast ends, the brother Ahati Ma'at wants to play something, a dedication that he made. Let me do something here because I have to take a quick break also. And I got to take a break. 1 second. 1 second, everybody. But while I do that, I'm going to put on a, see if I have a video here. One second.
Your theory of how not only episodic memories are encoded in the brain, but...
1 second. Sorry about that. Hold on. I want to put on a video while I take this break that can apply to the question asked, and then I can come in and comment on it. Trying to fit everything in here. Is this right? Hold on a second here. It's the same one. 1 second, everyone. I want to put on a video so I can take a break. And I also want Ahati to play his video. Is this it? Okay. Shout out to the moderators and everybody who supports and helps out the Tehuti Podclass run smoothly, keeping us up these late nights, breaking down information. And let me 1 second, everybody. I'm looking for something. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on for everybody for a few minutes while I take a little break. And it's a video that I like to show people on reincarnation, past lives. I'll play this while I take a break, and then I'll come in and comment on it. Okay, let me do this. So much going on here. Oops. Screen sharing was canceled. Video. Lace. Okay, I'm putting this on right here. Boom. Let's see. Lacy. There's so much stuff here. So much stuff. Is this it?
Professor.
1 moment here. I'm going to put this on for everybody. I'm going to take a little break, put this on here, and then I'm going to comment on it. The Schlacken. Kamit says, Tehuti's answers are hotter than the ETA Car9 star. What in the world? Oh man, I don't know if I'm too tired to comprehend that compliment, but thank you, my brother. Saba is a whole energy. Oh no. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to play this. I'm going to take a break. You guys enjoy this little video on a doctor who was going around interviewing or investigating some reincarnation past lives, and I'll be right back. Peace and love. I'll be back. Here we go.
Sir Erlendur Haraldsson of the University of Iceland, on his way to visit his best case. He has spent over a decade studying the possibility of reincarnation on this island. Haraldsson crosses half the island to meet with his most fascinating research subject, a girl by the name of Dilukshi.
This is a very interesting case because Dilukshi was talking about memories of a previous life for almost 3 years and doing so persistently and repeating the same story over and over again.
The little girl Haraldsson is about to meet shocked her parents when she said that she was not really their child. She claimed she had another father elsewhere.
She was saying that she had lived in a place near Tambula, and there was a stream there. She had fallen into a stream and drowned.
On his way to investigate claims of reincarnation, Professor Haraldsson and his translator finally arrive at the home of Dilukshi Nisanka.
She first started speaking of her previous life when we took her to Montessori preschool. She also mentioned when we went to the temple that her temple was in a different place. And when we had our meals and went to bed at night, she would again mention her previous life.
In fact, I had become so irritated by what she was saying that I beat her once.
I felt very bad about all of this. Dilukshi was constantly speaking about her previous family. It felt as if she was condemning me for being a bad mother, for not looking after her properly.
Could she tell us what it is that she still remembers?
There was a footbridge across the stream near my house. People from the village would walk across the bridge and bathe in the stream. There was a rock near my house where I used to play shop with my friends. I have always felt that I don't belong in my present family. Their furniture and belongings are different from the family I remember. I remembered very clearly the clothes and goods of my previous family. From my earliest memories, I felt like an outsider, and that I must do whatever I could to find my real family.
Which means these memories are real to Dilukshi.
The day I died, I went to the stream to swim with a friend of mine. And then, somebody pushed me. I was in the water when I died.
This is how the story continued. Mr. Apipala, he learned about the case. He went and interviewed Dilukshi and the parents about what she had been saying about a previous life. It was then published a few days later. And this newspaper has a distribution all over the country.
Several weeks after the article was published, the mail arrives at the Nisanka home. When the postman handed Mr. Nisanka his mail that day, he was surprised to find one letter postmarked from Dambulla. He had no friends or relatives in that part of the country. When he opened the letter, he was stunned.
I was very surprised to receive a letter by a Mr. Ranatunga. He lives in Dambulla. I was stunned when I read that his little daughter had died just the way Delukshi had always talked about. He talked about the river and the footbridge. His little girl was called Shiromi.
Shiromi's father confirmed many of Delukshi's statements, and he said he would like to meet her. The letter finally convinced Delukshi's parents. They were going to take her to the place where she thinks she died. They took Delukshi on a 6-hour drive to Dambulla. When they came closer to the city, Delukshi began to recognize landmarks. She even started to direct the driver toward the house where her previous family lived.
Shiromi was a very obedient girl who never left the house without informing us where she was going. She always left the house with her younger brother and her sister to swim or to play. And one day she just did not come back. I was so upset that Shiromi hadn't returned home that I ran about looking for her. When they found her in the water, I fainted upon hearing I'd lost my daughter. When Delukshi was brought here, she was able to recognize us as her previous parents. She was also able to recognize her old belongings and the neighbors who lived nearby. All of this convinced me she was my child reborn.
I know I am that little girl over there in that picture. When I saw my previous parents and previous brother and sister, I felt very happy. It felt like I was finally returning home after a very long time away.
At the end of the day, Delukshi takes Professor Haraldson for a walk to show him the sights of her previous life.
When we compare how well these statements fit the life of Shiromi, we find that about 12 of them, we have around 20, about 12 of them fit really well and are fairly specific.
Delukshi leads Professor Haraldson to the rock, where she claimed she played as little Shiromi. It is a flat rock formation, just as she had described. The footbridge over the little river is also there. And this is the spot where Shiromi fell into the water.
When I come to this particular spot, I become very afraid. In general, I am not afraid of water. But when I come to this spot, I get very scared.
Okay, mic check if everyone can hear me. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Let me do a mic. Let me hold on. Hold on, everybody. I'm gotta remaneuver. I'm touching these wires. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ooh, okay, mic check. Everybody can hear me. Mic check 1 1. If you can hear me. Mic check 1 1 1 1 1. Wonderful, wonderful. So, where's the schlacken? All right, wonderful. So, as I broke down, in a few classes before, let me see if I can, 1 second, let me get to this. So as you can see, reincarnation is absolutely 100% real. It is not what we think. It is, I broke down in a few classes earlier that consciousness is a frequency. So there's a frequency, and your brain can tie into that frequency and give you the consciousness of anyone that existed in the past, anyone that exists in the present. It is a part of the electromagnetic grid. And if you tap into that frequency, or if that frequency matches your genetic makeup, you can then feel you've lived the life of someone else, because that life never died. That consciousness never died. And you can tap back into it, and that being can speak directly through you. You're not the physically born looking like the one who had passed, but the consciousness passes through you. Children, newborns, are actually born with a consciousness, knowing that there is such thing as death. I know it sounds very strange, but one of the proofs of immortality, or one of the proofs of conscious knowledge not being something that you have to earn or gain, but something that you actually came here with, like one of my sons did, came here and saw me and my mate at the time being intimate, and he said he came and chose us to be his parents, and then was born through us, and he had all that acknowledgement when he was just a youth, because your consciousness existed. The consciousness exists before the physical body is born. I'm going to show something here. Let me see. Let me go ahead and show this. I'm going to get on to the next one. Boom, boom, boom. Where'd it go? Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. We are winding down, but I'm going to show something here just to address brother there who asked a question. And I'll show this here.
And we can see the child moving rather serenely. The heart is beating at a rate of approximately 140 a minute. And we can see the child moving rather serenely in the uterus. One can see it shifting position from time to time. It is still orientated in this manner. And the mouth is receiving the thumb of the child. The child again is moving quietly in its sanctuary. Now, this shadow, which we are seeing down at the bottom of the screen, is the suction tip. We have colored the suction tip deliberately in order for you to discern it more clearly. But the abortionist has now dilated the cervix and is now inserting this suction tip, which you can see moving back and forth across the screen. You will note that as the suction tip, which is now over here, moves toward the child will rear away from it and undergo much more violent, much more agitated movements. The child is now moving in a much more purposeful manner. Its orientation changes from time to time. It is rearing again here. Now, the suction tip has not actually touched the child, even though the child is extremely agitated and moving in a violent manner. The child has now moved back to the profile view, and the suction tip is flashing once again across the screen. The child's mouth is now open, and we will see that again on a freeze frame in a moment. But this suction tip, which you can see moving violently back and forth on the bottom of the screen, is the lethal instrument which will ultimately tear apart and destroy the child. It is only after the fluid has been broken, the sac has been disrupted that the tip will actually come against the child. But we can see the tip moving back and forth as the abortionist seeks the child's body. Once again, we see the child's mouth wide open in a silent scream in this particular freeze frame.
Whether mic check, if you can hear me, mic check, mic check, mic check. If you can hear me, mic check. If you can hear me. Okay, good, good, good. So, unfortunately, in that situation, and there are, millions of abortions and murder, killings. There's millions of killings that take. Boss Fee, shout out to Black Alucard, another dedicated student supporter. Shout out to you. Where the child is in a state of panic, opening its mouth out for a silent scream, as they call it, because the child senses that this instrument is going to be its end. It's something dangerous, but a fetus in the womb should not know anything about danger. It should not know anything about fear. But as you can see, even coming in before birth, there is a consciousness where that child remembers or has a knowledge of something before it was born to give it the insight that there is such a thing called death. Whereas a fetus should have no memory of that. And you know that a baby has no memory of it. Well, some babies, it depends if they're incarnates or conscious or not, because you can take a newborn baby and put that newborn baby in front of any danger, and it will have absolutely no reaction. So in other words, if you take a newborn baby that's about a month old and it's going like this, looking for the mother's breast, and you place it in front of a lion, it'll still do. Nothing will change. If you put a gun up to its head, nothing will change. If you put it and on its back and there's shark swimming with fins, nothing will change. But some have a consciousness and a memory of a past life and knows what death is. They remember dying, like the little girl in the video remembers her exactly how she died, and most of the consciousness stays in the person until they're about 5 years old, and then afterwards they're told so many times that it is false, it's your imagination, that eventually breeds out of the person, and the person forgets or is too ashamed or embarrassed to talk about it. But in this case, in the fetus stage, you see whichever this fetus is, it has a knowledge of death prior, whereas most newborns have no knowledge. You could take a knife up to a newborn, go like this, they'll have no reaction. But this fetus knows exactly what an abortion is. It knows it knows that this thing coming in is dangerous. It's moving, panicking, opening its mouth, something that a fetus should have no knowledge or no action of doing. So as far as the question, yes, consciousness can be shifted from one physical being to another, and that physical being can live out the memories, which will cause your physical body to maneuver in ways that the past being did, because we are just antennas channeling in consciousness, and in actuality, this was our original religion. That was our original religion. That's why you find in any so-called African ancient religion, it's always about an entity coming into you, speaking through you, contacting the ancestors, you being a vessel. That is a form of a reincarnation. If the entity stays in you from birth on through your life, that's a permanent incarnation, but you can have an incarnation doing a ritual. Incarnation just means something coming in through the carnal again. So yes, great question, and absolutely I teach much more on it. When there's more time, I can actually speak on it more, but absolutely there are reincarnations that's been going on, and there are comedic stories of reincarnations that we can get into next time, but it's almost 12. I got to get through these. Thank you for the question. Let's move on and get on with the questions. Shout out to everybody in the room. We have somebody here from UK. I am Kudzani. Shout out to you. Let's get on, everybody. So I hope you all appreciated that video. Those video was hard to find. Some of those videos are see how old they look. That's like VHS stuff, copied. They don't have stuff like that on TV anymore. Much more. It's But yes, I've collected a lot of things. So we have shout out to Julius Chatman. Oh, Amin Ra. Oh, okay. Hold on. 1 second here. Whoop. 1 second. One man. Where did it go? Here we go. Shout out to Amin. Oh, Amin Matt Ra. There we go. Shout out to Amin Matt Ra, who gives a gift. Thank you, Amin Matt Ra. Thank you so much. Let me put you up on the screen. You are an awesome, great supporter. I appreciate everybody for your support. We're winding down, but I'm going to go through all of this before I end out. We've gone through a lot today. Who says $13 for a gift? Shout out to you, Amin Ma'at Ra, if you're in the room. Appreciate it. Much respect. Let's move on. Of course, we have the one and only Nito Campbell, who always throws a donation every class for just sharing the knowledge. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. So let me go ahead and put this in the room. Nito Campbell is always supporting. Shout out to you, my brother. He sends $30 for, I believe it just says support. Let me see. Oh, sharing your knowledge. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. Respect. Thank you very much. Okay, it is almost 12 o'clock. We've been going since 8. And the mighty Sullen Rock. I see you here. Here we go. Sullen Rock, who sends a 15. This is great. I like this at the end of the class. A lot of these are just donations. Because I am winding down. Let me see what we have here. Oh, shout out to Nino Campbell. Shout out to Nino Campbell. Thank you, my brother. Is Melvin? Is there a Melvin in the room? Oh, 1 second. My screen is too much. Too much. I gotta delete some stuff. Boom. Delete. Boom. Delete. I gotta take out some stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Delete. I gotta take up some stuff here. Delete. Okay. Shout out to who's next here? Who's next? This is shout out to Sullen Rock. You're awesome, my brother. Always supporting, always in class. Sullen Rock Rashu. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Sullen Rock. Peace and blessings. Is there a Melvin in the room? Is there a Melvin in the room? A Melvin. Let me go here. I see something from a Melvin. Melvin Brown. Is there a Melvin Brown in the room? Melvin Brown, I'm going to get to this next week because I want to know. I think I may know what you're asking about. I'm actually going to show something that may frighten people. But I want to know where you got this from, so I can see what you're referring to. But Melvin Brown says, shout out to Melvin Brown. He says he gives a $5 and states, where's the question here? Shout out to Melvin Brown, who says, please elaborate on dwarves who disappear. I need to talk about, remember the Duarte thing? I need to talk to you, Melvin. I'm going to maybe show some of that next week if it's what you're talking about, because there are living what we call dwarves that are actually here, and I actually have videos of them. But I want to know more if you're in the room. But I'm going to go ahead and put this for next week because it's getting late, and we'll go over that next week. That'll be fun, actually. You guys will love what I have on that. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can ask and send in questions. Let's see, for next week. For next week. For next week. Okay. Where's the brother that asked a question about Jesus and family? Are you in the room, my brother? Who else is in here? Big Vapes. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people. Wow, this is a lot in here. One moment, everybody. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Shout out to who's this? Jermaine. Shout out to Jermaine. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen here. Jermaine says he sends 777. And he says, have any of the pharaoh's crowns been found? Jermaine, are you in the room, my brother? Is that Arcad? Shout out to you for the 777. Have any of the pharaoh's crowns been found? And let me go ahead and check in the room if you're in the room here. Jermaine, are you here? Did you pass out? I know it's late. Are you here in the room or did you pass out? I don't know if you're here in the room. I'm gonna no, the pharaoh's crowns have not been found because they are, there you are, they are depictions and symbolisms, not archaeological crowns have been found. The headpieces that the pharaoh, the Par-Ees wear in their burials have been found. The Names headpiece, but as far as the Atef crown and the white and red crowns of Upper and Lower Kemet, those are actually symbolisms that represent things, not actual crowns that the pharaohs were wearing physically. And I think next week I'll give you a breakdown on the symbolism. But no, those are not crowns that they found on the pharaohs' heads when they revealed them in their sahu or their mummy. They just found the Namuz headpiece, which looks like a cobra head. But I'm going to go ahead and break down next week. I'll break down I'm going to put that to break down the one of the crowns to show you why it's not an actual crown, but actually is a image that represents a story. Let me go ahead and put this. I'll go ahead and give that to you next week. Okay, shout out to you, Jermaine Priest, for that. Let me go ahead and look in the room and see if there's more support. Big Vapes, we got Edward Locher. Big Vapes, are you the Edward with that with the I don't know, you have Facebook with a lot of beautiful women in hip hop? Is that you? Is that you, my brother? You have your screen just changes into all these like gorgeous women and shows like old hip hop images. And I see that pop up on my timeline and it says Edward, something like that. So let me go ahead and shout out Edward, shout out to you. We're gonna put you on the screen here. Shout out to you for your support. And he gives $5 just for support. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Shout out to Edward Latortui. Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. Let's see who else is here. We have quite a few to go through. I'm gonna save I think the rest of the questions for Raphael. I see Raphael up there at the top. Shout out to you, Raphael. Let me see who this is. Curtis Curry. Oh yeah, Curtis Curry. I'm gonna put this on the screen, and I need you to clarify this question here. I shout out to the first of all, shout out to the respect for the question, but let me this question is long with different things in it. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen, and I'm gonna read it out for the class. So the class can see some of my difficulty maybe with understanding this, but shout out to you for the support. Curry, who says, take this off here, remove. So Curry says, I'm gonna need you to elaborate on this question. Let me take this off so you can see the whole question. It says, props for the knowledge, always on point. Thank you, Curtis Curry. What can you tell us about the island of Mu, the comedic connections to Polynesia through Maui and connections through Aotearoa and Rapu Nua, both who call our sun Ra and Raz? I need clarification on this. Very interesting question here. Is Curtis Curry in the room? Shout out to Curtis Curry, first of all. For that, shout out to you, Curtis Curry. Can you contact me on Tehuti Brown at Facebook, or maybe send in an email saying you're Curtis Curry and you want to clarify this? I don't really understand the island of Mu and the Mui connection through Aotearoa and Rapu Nui. Yes. Curtis Curry, shout out to you for this. Let me see if you're in the room. Curtis Curry, are you in the room? Is Curtis Curry in the room? Curtis Curry, contact me directly to clarify that. I don't quite understand that the island of Mu, like as in the ancient story of Mu and Lemuria. I need to know what it is, but shout out to you and shout out for that support. Contact me directly, Tehuti Brown, on Facebook. Send me a message and we can chop up what that question is, and I can go over it for the next week because I don't understand the question. But I appreciate the support. Thank you for that, my brother, Curtis Curry. And of course, the almighty Blacks Alucard, who is 25, what is it? 30. Shout out to Black Alucard with the 30. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Black Alucard, where are you? Boom. We're going to do a couple of these. I'm just going to shout out everybody, and then we're going to close it up. But I want everybody to know their questions and their emails and support will be addressed in the next week's class. Support will be addressed today. Thank you very much, Black Alucard. Boss Fee, shout out to you for definitely being of the most consistent supporters. You and a few people are the most consistent, are the largest supporters. I appreciate it very much. You support, you even support outside of the Podclass. You support outside of the Podclass and patronize, and you've done diet programs. You just, you're great, my brother. Appreciate all the support, helping this go smoothly. Shout out to you once again. You are awesome. Black's Alucard, always supporting with large numbers every single week, I believe. Maybe he missed one last week, I don't know, but literally every week the man is supporting. Shout out to you. Let me see if you're even in the room. I think my chat room thing is stuck, but shout out to you. Okay, let's get back into it. We're gonna go through a few more of these. Anthony Peden, is that Cash Peden? Sent 1111. Okay, that's interesting. Shout out to Cash Peden, who sends 1.11. 1.11. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. Yeah, there you are, Boss Fee. You're awesome, my brother. You're awesome. Cash Peden. Let me go ahead and put you in here with the 1111. With the 111. I keep saying one twice. 1-1. Go ahead and get that out of the room. Go ahead and get this out of the room. So I can go ahead and put Cash Peden up there. Thank you for your support, my brother. With the 1.11. Anthony Peden, who I think is Cash Peden. Shout out to you. Okay, let's move on. Let's get through these. He's Anthony Peden sent a bunch of them. 2. So he sent 1.11, and the next one is 2.22. Oh, you guys are having fun with the support and the numbers. 2.22, 1.11, 2.22. What's the next one going to be? 3.33. Let's see. Shout out to Anthony Peden for the 2.22. Shout out to you, my brother. You're awesome. Let me go back and see if there's another one. I saw a few of them. 3.33. Anthony Peden is having fun. He's having fun with the donations. I like it. I was wondering, why do you only send $1? $1? He always sends way more than that. That's strange, but he was sending it in mathematical chunks. All right, the mathematical chunks. Shout out to you with the 1.11, 2.22, and 3.33. Let me get this off the screen here. Oh, that's Steven. Get that off the screen. Get this off the screen so I have space for the 3.33. Shout out to you, Cash Peden, Anthony Peden. Let me do this all in a row. So 1.11, 2.22, 3.33. Cash Peden, Anthony Peden's having fun. Okay. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Okay. I don't know if there's going to... Oh, look at this guy. Look at this brother. What's going on here? Anthony Peden is having a ball. I don't know what's going on. He's... Anthony... Huh? Anthony, here we go. Anthony Peden is having a ball here. Overlay. Anthony Peden's going berserk. Anthony Peden again with the 4.44. I'm gonna go ahead and give a clap because this, I see it's a whole bunch of them and they keep going up. Shout out to Anthony Peden. Thank you, my brother, for whatever it is you're doing over there. You're having fun on the Cash app. You're doing a count up. Shout out to you, Cash Peden. 1.11, 1.11, 2.22, 3.33. and 4.44. Is it over? I don't know. I'm going to keep checking. But shout out to Anthony Peden for having fun with the support. So shout out to you. That's 444. I'm going to go back to my notifications. If I see 555, oh yeah, he's going nuts. He's going crazy, man. What is going on? Anthony Peden, 555. This is fun. This is good, though. Anthony Peden. I'm going to check, see if he's in the room. Anthony Peden is having fun with this Cash App. He's having Cash App fun. Let me go ahead and get these out the room. Get these out the room. And put Anthony Peden has taken over the donation section. Every donation is Anthony Peden now. Let's see what we got here. We got 111-222-333-444. Anthony Peden with the 555. 555. Anthony Peden's going crazy over. Where is he? Where's Anthony Peden? Is he in the room? 555. Anthony Peden is going. Man, what's Anthony Peden doing over there? He's over there just pressing buttons on the row of the phone. 555. 111-222. Okay, to the next donation. Who is next? The next donation is, what do we have here? What's next here? Shout out to, what's the next one here? He's in the room? Anthony P, is that what you're saying? Okay. The next one is, I did Anthony Peden 555, right? What? Anthony Peden 555. Let me delete this. Sorry. Next. You in there? Shout out to the next donator, which is Anthony Peden 666. Anthony Peden 666. Oh my goodness, Anthony Peden is 666, man. What is?
That should be a question.
Oh my goodness, what is this? Anthony Peden, where is he? He just pressed all the buttons along the phone, 11122, and he went to sleep. He pressed all the buttons and donate, and then he took off. He took off out of the room. All right, Anthony Peden's going wild. Anthony Peden's taking over the donation section. All right, next up we have, and that one was I got to read them all. Some of them were thank you. Some of them were. Okay, and next up, we have the next donation. Let me go to overlay, click on it. Oh, click on it, and the next one is Anthony Peden with 777. What's happening? Anthony Peden, this one's for the knowledge. What in the world's going on? Where's Anthony Peden? That's why when he sent $1.11, I said he doesn't send little bits like that. $1.11. But I give respect anyways. But I see it's over like $30. He just chopped it up. In Anthony Peden is going. Anthony Peden has taken over, man. Taken over the chats. Anthony Peden. Okay. Oh, we have a next one here. Let me check the room if Anthony Peden is in here. He just sent all these and went to sleep. Anthony Peden, are you in the room? He's gone. He's not even here. It's on YouTube, though. I think he's Cash Peden. Let me go ahead and just do this here. Let me go ahead and do this here really quickly here just for just to get it all. All right, Anthony Peden, Cash Peden. You get respect, my brother. Thank you for all of that. You took over the chat. You took over the donations. Anthony Peden, if you're out there, much respect to you. Why are we doing this? Because Anthony Peden gave 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, 666, 777. Wow, shout out to you, Anthony Peden. Went berserk, took over the donation section with some mathematical equations there. Shout out to you, Anthony Peden. You are awesome. Appreciate you as always. Okay, let me go to the next one. If I see 888, man. Okay, shout out to someone who wants to be anonymous, okay. I always respect that. I always respect it. If you all want to be anonymous, you absolutely can. So I'm gonna shout out and take out. Okay, I got it. Okay, shout out to you, anonymous person who gave a beautiful. Let's see what you got here. Oh wait. No. Oh, hold on, everybody. Let me shout out to you, anonymous. Let me delete that. Let me delete that overlay, and I'm gonna go to anonymous. Anonymous, who's please keep anonymous powerful and enlightening as always. Got to show reciprocity, sending 10 on the strength. So anonymous sent 10 on the strength. Respect to you, anonymous. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Nania Setmer says, thank you for the thank you all. Thank you for all the support, donations, and questions. It's a little hard to read that because it was a little tiny on my screen, but shout out to you, moderator. And now we have, to end off the donations, we have, let me refresh it to see if it's really the end. Raphael Gary, who's awesome always with the questions, man. I gotta, what is this? Shout out to you, Raphael Gary, who says, first of all, who sends $20. I'm gonna give him a hand clap because he's always. He actually sent two. So that's over $30. So shout out to you, my good brother, who gets a hand clap, Raphael Gary. I don't know if he's in the room, but shout out to you because he sent two. He sent this 20 and another 20. I see it next up. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate it. You are awesome, excelente. Appreciate the support as always. And he asked an interesting question. Shout out to you, my brother. Much respect. This is Raphael, the one and only Raphael. And the question was who built the pyramid in Antarctica, in your opinion? So first of all, thank you for the respect, my good brother. You know us here at the Tehuti Podclass. It is very tempting to give my opinion, but you know us here at the Tehuti Podclass. What do we say? We say ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So I respect the support. Shout out to you. I cannot give any opinion on who built the pyramids in the Antarctic because I can only teach on facts. I have not seen any facts left behind. That's the thing about some of these structures, is that we have to go by what's left behind, because there were ancient civilizations, ancient cultures, some things that are underground, even in Japan, under the sea, and there's just not enough left for us to trace who were the actual architects of these. That includes the one in the Antarctic. I do not have information on it, and I do not want to give any kind of opinion. But thank you for that question, my brother. But to give my opinion would be very misleading, because I promised all my students I don't give opinions, I give facts. And there has not been enough facts left behind from those pyramids there to state specifically who were the architects of them. But shout out to you, and thank you for that question. Thank you for the support. but I have to give you a respectful answer and not make up stuff from my opinionated head and end up misleading you. But shout out to that. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. You get the hand clap. And here's another one, another one of the similar thing, but this one I actually may get back to you next week. What's going on here? Same kind of question here, my good brother. I may get back a little bit on you for this next week. Again, I don't want to give my opinion. I want to give you, you know how we do. You know how I answer you. I want to give you factual information and answers, not my opinion. But same kind of question here, similar to the question. Oh, wait. You have a lot. Sorry, I have to erase some stuff again. I'm gonna erase. Gotta erase a couple things again. Hold on to get this question out there on the screen. Shout out to Raphael. Nope, not a video clip. Hold on, everybody. Not a video clip. I want to put an overlay of the question. Which is from Raphael Gary, who sends a very similar question, but this one is about Easter Island. Now, this one I may be able to get back with you more on next week. I'm not going to give my opinion, though, but I'm going to come back with some information. I'll actually put this for next week because I want to give you a factual breakdown on that. But shout out to you again, my good brother, for your support. You're always supporting with the big donations, and you always have great questions. You guys are great questions, so you get a hand clap again for that. Shout out to you for being the last person to send a donation to the Tehuti Podclass that I see. Much respect to Raphael Gary for your awesome questions. I'm going to put that as a side note for next week to see if I can give you some information on that is not opinionated. But shout out to you, my good brother. You are awesome with that. I'm actually going to put a note beside that one, because that one I may have some information for you, but it would be too much. Where to go? Too much to go through right now. I'm actually getting tired. I'm going to end the class up. Let me see where you are. Easter Island. There you are. Okay, let me go ahead and put this if I can for next week. If a factual answer is permitted. There are some yeah, we're gonna get into that next week, because the builders of what you see of we'll get into that next week. Let me put this next week. Next week I can get into it more if I can give you a factual answer. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Shout out to you. Okay, everybody. Wonderful. Nanya Set Mur says, Anthony Peden for your unique donations. Yes. Okay, everybody, let me check the room. Okay. Oh, wait. Silos Congos. How come this didn't pop up before? And Matthew Dowell. Wait a minute. Hold on, everybody. We're not done. We have an appreciation from Silos Carlos. Thank you, my good brother. I did not see this a moment ago. Silos Carlos. He's one of the moderators over there on Sonnetter, and sometimes he pops up. Sometimes he pops up and speaks. Let me put him up on the screen. Ed Wren, take care. Shout out to you, good brother. Thank you for the respect. And here is Silos Carlos. Silos Carlos for thanks. Appreciate your knowledge, Silos Carlos. Thank you, my brother, for your support. Appreciate you. You are awesome, my good brother. And shout out to you. And you're a consistent person too, so I'm going to go ahead and give you a hand clap. I'm going to give you a hand clap. Shout out to you, see those Carlos, for always giving me respect. And even when I go on Sonata, I see the respect there. Shout out to you, my good brother. Keep playing the drums. You're pretty good at it. And keep up the good work, man. Keep up the good work, my good brother. All right, let's see Los Congos. Shout out to you. And if he's still in the room, I don't know if he's still in the... Oh, he is in the room. And who is this? This is somebody... that's him saying take care of the other brother, Ed Red. See those Congos, much appreciated. Yes, yes, yes. Shout out to you. Shannon is giving fire. Shannon's giving fire, 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 fire. All right, we have one more donation to before we close up, and that is Matthew McDowell, who says Relivio. He's speaking another language. I don't know. Let me go ahead and give him a shout out. Thank you for is that relieved? Relieve. I don't know. Relieve. Yeah. I don't know. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Shout out to Matthew McDowell. Matthew McDowell. Shout out to Matthew McDowell. Matthew McDowell, who says Relivio or something to that effect. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. Shout out to you, and that is the hold on, everybody. Shout out to you. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen so I can put you on the screen. Matthew McDonald as the last of the donators, who says Relivio. And that is $5. Shout out to you, Matthew McDowell, for the support. Relivio. And also, there was a brother who asked a question for his brother for Jesus, and I didn't see him in the room. I don't know if he's in the room. I think it was Robert. I guess I'm going to catch you next week. I wanted to interact with you to actually pull you up to have you elaborate, and then I was going to give you something to give to your brother because I want you to help your brother, and I want to kind of walk you through how to talk to him to get him out of the matrix. But I didn't see you in the room. I think it's Robert. I didn't see him in the room. He probably faded off, or maybe he was in earlier. I'm not sure, but that was the last person. No, it's not the last person. Whoa. Raphael Gary is going at it again. Raphael Gary for the... Oh, wow. Raphael Gary has the questions, man. That has the best questions. Man, your questions are classes. Raphael Gary, let me go ahead and put you in the room. Just when I thought I was going to close up, here comes another donation from Raphael Gary, who was the last donator, and then I discovered some more people, and he said, no, I'm going to be the last donator. I'm still going to throw some in, and he throws it in. Thank you, my good brother. So you ended up being the last donator anyway. Thank you. Let me go ahead and put you in the room. Oh, video now. Raphael Gary as the last donator of the night, who says... I'm gonna put you for next week. I'm breaking down, Raphael. Oh no! Hold on, everybody. 1 second. I gotta change the name of this. Hold on. Week 2. Let's see if this shows up. Let's see if it shows up. Raphael Gary, you are awesome, man. I think he just threw like $60 or something in. He says, anything inside the Great Pyramid to discover? Definitely, we'll definitely go over that next week. I can give you some thorough breakdowns. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm about to pass out. So, wait, where'd the room go? Where'd the comments go? There they are. Raphael Gary, man. You ended up being the last supporter of the night. He said, no, I'm going to have the last word in. Raphael Gary, I'm going to go ahead and put this. I'm going to go ahead and do this something on the screen because you definitely he did. Is this him? So Raphael Gary, okay. Raphael Gary, Los Congos. Raphael Gary. I thought there was another one. Raphael Gary. So Raphael Gary, shout out to you, my brother, because altogether you actually put in $60. You are amazing, my brother. I just added it up here. There's 320. Raphael Gary, right there. Raphael Gary sent this one in. No, sorry. Raphael Gary here. Raphael Gary there. And Raphael Gary to end it off there. That is $60. Thank you, my brother. We're going to get into the Great Pyramid next week. Shout out to you, my brother. Let me see if this is oops. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. You are awesome. Let me do a quick look and see if it's the right one. Yep, that's the right one. Yep, you'll be addressed next week, my good brother. You are awesome and fabulous with your support. I appreciate you very, very much. All right, is that it? I'll do one more refresh and then we're going to close it up because it is after 12, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I was going to be able to end this, but it can't end until after 12. It's always 5 hours plus or so. All right, everybody. That is it. Let me give a shout out to everybody before I go. We got Raphael Gary saying, thank you, great teacher. Thank you, my brother. Unki Ma'at is laughing. Rigo says, good vibes. The Schlacken. Schlacken has his hands up. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to Stelos. Shout out to Courtesy. Courtesy Zero Deuce. Shout out to Ed Wren. Shout out to Jody. Did you say it was her birthday today? Is it your Earth Day today, Jody? Happy Earth Day if it's your Earth Day today. Happy Earth Day, happy solar return, all those great things spinning around the sun. Oh, okay. Shout out to you, Jody. Shout out to everybody who came, everybody who's still here. Ahati Ma'at. Shout out to you, Rigo. Rigo's another Rigo. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Rigo. Wait a minute, Rigo. I got to give you a shout out. Wait a minute. Hold on, Rigo. Are you in the room, Rigo? If this is you, I think I have to give you something because something. If you're the same person, like after the class closed down. Let's see if this is you. After the class closed down, Rigo came in like a monster. Let me see if shout out to you, Rigo. I think it was the last class. I'm gonna go look in my files here. I gotta give Rigo a shout out for this. If this is if he did what I think he did. Let's see. Yeah. Rigo, are you in the room, my good brother? Rigo went crazy. What? Oh. Is he in the room? Rigo, I got to give a shout out to you, my brother, because this is what you did from the last week the class ended, and after the class ended, what did Rigo do? Rigo comes out of nowhere after the class is over. Let me see if I can put this in the room here. Rigo goes bonkers, man. Rigo is You guys are all awesome. All of you. Raphael, Boss Fee, Rigo. All of you are just really special supporters, man. You guys really, really help out. I appreciate it. And so here's what Rigo did. So the class is over. And after the class is over, Rigo, I have to do screen share. Screen share. Rigo comes in after the class is over, and what does he do? He throws $10. Is this it? Shout out to Rigo. He throws $10 after the class is over. He says, thank you, and throws $10 in. Shout out to Rigo. And that's after the class. We already shut down. That was the next day, I think. The next day, shout out to Rigo. You were awesome. But he didn't stop there. What did he do, man? What did Rigo do? He came in a minute later, I think, or what was this? 30 seconds later, and throws in $50. 30 seconds later, I appreciate you. I thank you for your work. So he already sent in $10. That was a great bonus because the class is already over. And then literally 30 seconds later, he sends in $50. I couldn't even give him a shout out at the class because it was over. But shout out to you, Rigo. You are amazing, my good brother. Appreciate that. And of course, you get a round of applause, man, because that was a special bonus surprise. I didn't even expect that. Shout out to you, my brother Rigo. You are awesome and fabulous. Shout out to you for that. I appreciate that. You are wonderful. Let me go ahead and thank you, my brother Rigo, for that support. That came out of nowhere. Let me go ahead and hold on. That was out of nowhere. Hold on, I lost this. I'm multitasking. Hold on. Here we go. Rigo. Let me go to big screen. You're awesome, my brother. Let me shrink it down. And there you go. $50 from Rigo. You are wonderful. Thank you, my brother. $50, and then he sent, and right before that, he sent the $10. Shout out to Rigo. You are awesome, my brother. And that was after the class was actually finished. Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for the support. Let me go ahead and take it off the screen thing. Shout out to you, Rigo. You are awesome. Thank you, my good brother. You are wonderful. Appreciate the support. All right, and that concludes the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to everybody who attended the class. You are all fabulous and wonderful and excellent. You all help keep the class flowing and glowing and going. That all rhymed. And we love you all, everybody who came to the class. Master K, Boss Fee, Celos. My screen actually shrunk. Pest 1, if you can hear me. Can they still hear me? Oh, you know what? My screen went weird. We got Fraction of Light. Shout out to you, Fraction of Light. Rigo says thank you. Nania Setmer says shout out to the best chat. Darius comes and says peace from Chicago. Been watching for 4.5 hours. Shout out to you. Ed Ren is still here. I thought Ed Ren left. Ed Ren is still hanging in there. He's hanging in there. He left. He was going to leave, and he couldn't let it go. He stayed. Stephen E. Shout out to Stephen E. Shout out to you, my good brother. Happy Earth Day, Jody. That's your Earth Day. Shannon Southward. You are very dedicated. Shout out to you. You know what? Wait a minute. We didn't play a Hati. I'm gonna go out with a Hati Ma'at outro or his dedication. Ahati, are you still in the room, my brother? We're gonna actually end off the class with your outro and not mine. I'm gonna end off with your outro. One moment. If he's still in the room. One moment. Ahati Ma'at, are you still in the room? We're gonna end off the class with your outro. It's been a busy, busy day. Busy, busy, busy day. Is Ahati in the room? Ahati in the room. We'll end with your outro. Is he in there? He may have headed out. Okay, Ahati Ma'at, are you there, my brother? Is Ahati in here? Is Ahati in here? Ahati Ma'at. Let me scoot over. I gotta avoid these wires. One-man engineer. Gotta be an acrobat. Squeeze in through the wires. And I believe I'm in now. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Move this out the way. Should say, yeah, Tehuti. Okay, 1 second. Let me, I'm not over enough. Okay. There. Okay. Ahati, are you in the room, my good brother? You in the room? You have that video to play? Do you have the video to play? I want you to be there when it's there. Okay, good. Ahati, we're gonna actually close out with your video. Soaking up the good vibes. Oh, Akua's in the room. Shout out to Akua. I'm looking forward to watching the show. Thank you for all that you do. Shout out to you, Akua. Shout out to you. I'm burning the midnight oil, writing, working on a book. I look forward to hearing about that book, my good brother. I look forward to hearing about that book. Let me so Hati Ma'at, I'm gonna check my my video clip and see if it's in here, because if it's in here, it'll be able to play very clearly. Let me go ahead and see this if it's in here. What was it called again? What was the title of it? I gotta look it up by title. What was it called? Dedication or? Oh, and Two Minds Connect. I think this is it. Two Minds Connect. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and see if this will queue up on the on my my video, because my video has a limit. Hopefully it'll queue up, and if it does, then I can play it full quality on my side, and we can end off. Okay, while that's loading up, shout out to everybody who came to the Tehuti Podclass. Silo says, I shared this on my group page, Moral and Ethic Appropriation Committee. Okay, shout out to everybody who came to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, here teaching the Saba, the doorway to open the door. Classes are based on your questions. You ask questions, I answer them. I do not know the topics. I'm just here to assist with the wisdom that I have gained over a long period of time and through access to information that I have based on the being that I am. For those who want to support also, we have the Melanin Dark Consciousness book. You can pick that up by sending $10 to Cash App TT Amun. The Cash App is always in the room showing. There it is, Cash App TT Amun. Or you can send in through PayPal. That is called Melanin Dark Consciousness. It actually was used today in my class, breaking down race and how it leads to Ra. This is the next one, most popular one, Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can also pick that up, $15, and you can send that to the Cash App with your email, and it will go out to you within a matter of minutes, or the next day if I am asleep or the team is asleep. Shout out to everybody who participated in the class. This is the unicorn. Neith says peace to everyone. Let me put a zoom in on there so you can see that yes, she is an actual unicorn. See the horn on her head? That is a unicorn. She represents. Get right up on her. Where's your horn? There it is. See that horn on her head? That's a horn right there. Boom. That is a horn. She's a unicorn spider from Zimbabwe representing photonic entanglement. Shout out to Neith. Shout out to Nakash. This is Nakash, one of my connective reptile friends, who is a friend of the family. And this is the beautiful Nakash. Shout out to everybody who came to the room. We're going to end off with the affirmation as we do. And the affirmation is Anki and Ma'at un MS Nintet Aset and Mayat Min Hepapet and Mayat Per and Hukiui Per Iku. Let me take this off the screen here. And that is, I live for Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. At the Tehuti Podclass, we have ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. I'm going to give one more shout out to not only the people in the room, but I'm going to try to find, it's so hard, but I'm going to try to find, let me see. The moderators, shout out to the moderators. Let me see if this pops up. Here we go. Let's see if this goes. Quick look. There they are. Shout out to the moderators. It's going to pop up in the room in just a moment. What in the world? There it is. Okay. Shout out to the awesome. Oh, you know what? It's in the screen, right? Here it is. I'm going to try one more time. Hold on. Shout out to screen share. It should be, there it is. All right, it's programmed in the stream here. Perfect. There it is. Shout out to the moderators, Anki and Ma'at. Helped out a lot. Thank you. Nanny Aset Mur, who always puts the, what is it, amazing, mind-blowing answers again and again. Shout out to Saneti Amun with the good energy, helping out the class. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at, who we're gonna actually end off with his with a video that he did. If this shows up, it's a video that he did for a dedication for me. That is how we're gonna end off the class. Shout out to the moderators. You are all excellent and awesome. Support Cash App TT Amun. That is my AI moderator. And let me see if the video showed up so I can play. Let's see if it is compatible. Is it compatible? It is compatible, I believe. Here we go. Okay. Shout out to the animal guides, Shannon Southworth. Shout out to everybody. Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. Watch the way this video ends. You all are going to enjoy it. Let me get this off the screen. Make sure you send your support, Cash App TT Amun, and support to Rocky SV at PayPal. Even if you want to show support after the class is done, this is what I do for a living. This is the time I spend to do it. Help support, help reciprocity. And I'm going to get these off the screen. Boom. And the banner. Boom. And we're going to end off with the Hati Ma'at's video. Here it is right here. Peace and love. Shout out to all my goddesses. Shout out to the children. My children. Shout out to my students. Shout out to the animals. Shout out to everybody. Everybody that was in class. We're about to end it off. Anki M. Ma'at.
Thank you.